Welcome to the Crashout.
Yo, what's good, everybody? We back, episode 27. You know, it's gonna get lit. It's been a whole week, but we back. You know, got a lot of interesting stuff to go over. You know, we just finished the second round of divisions, had some lit and crazy matches, and you know, a lot of Speedstorm talk today, man. A lot of Speedstorm talk. But you know, we got some how should I say, you know, people that's been here before, but we'll introduce everybody. Mr. Sammy Namikaze, you want to introduce yourself?
What's up, everybody? It's your favorite Afro Samurai. We back again, episode 27. Excited, lots to talk about. As Nano said, lots of Speedstorm related stuff, which is cool. Normally, we've been on I guess, the defeatist mentality with this game lately, but you know, some good stuff, maybe some bad stuff in between, but I think we got a lot of good things to talk about overall, and I'm excited to get through these topics. I'm excited to be back with you guys for another week.
Yes, sir. And I do want to apologize because I forgot to introduce myself, but y'all already know it's your boy Nano Blaster, but most people just call me Nano, and I'm glad to be back, man. Mr. BlackFlash.
Yo, what's good, everybody? It's me, CalebBlackFlash. Yeah, that's about it, you know, because after that last match we had, I'm nothing. I can't even say Speedstorm after that last performance, but you know, I'm just here so I won't get fined. How about that? Yeah, so yeah, we here.
Okay. Yeah, man, shout out to Mr. BlackFlash, man. Shout out to Mr. BlackFlash. You always gonna be the Speedstorm in my heart, man. But hey, man, we got some special guests, like I said, and you know they gonna make the episode that much more lit. So let's start off with the homie Miss Shynanigans.
Hey y'all. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me today. I'm excited to talk about all things Speedstorm and about divisions, the upcoming Speedstorm end of content delivery. So I'm just happy to be here and ready to experience this with y'all. So thank you for having me. It's been a second since I've been on.
It has, and you know it's crazy. Last time you was on, episode was kind of crazy. So you never know what happens, man.
We turned up for that episode. I know that one.
5-star dinners.
My sides were hurting the next day after laughing so hard.
A bit.
Oh man, but hey man,
You come up here.
It was like Pokemon. It was like walking through the tall grass, and all of a sudden, this random Pokemon just popping up out of nowhere.
I can't assure that the army won't attack today, but I'm hoping that they're all based at camp right now.
We got the door locked today.
Yeah.
They got the attack in the chat.
There you go.
Probably the highlight of that whole stream is just the fact that everybody just started rolling and boom. I'm like, yo.
He ain't the 5-star general. He's 3 stars.
Yeah, that was one of our classic episodes. Can't forget that, man. But hey, listen, we appreciate you for joining us, Miss Shy, and you know it's gonna be another lit episode. But
for sure,
we definitely don't want to count out our next guest, who also makes it extra lit every time they show and make an appearance. Mr. Absent, man, let them know.
Aloha, it's Absent Culture. Y'all know me. I was dragged here against my will, and you know I'm just spit the truth. Nah.
The fourth member of the Stream Snipers.
Aloha. Hey.
Oh man, well, hey man, you know. It's all good, man. It's all good. Happy to have you here, Absent. You know, it's always a blast whenever you join us, man. You know, we always be talking, you know, with the team and stuff, but it's always lit when we have you on, man. So We appreciate
Absent was the
you.
special guest last time I was here too, so we're doing round
Hey,
2. You know,
shit, that might be the formula, man. Might
that's
be
what
the
I'm
secret
saying.
formula.
That's the formula. Me and Shaw about to get a segment on the Crashout podcast.
We
Wait.
about to collab.
Okay.
Man, but all right, man, you know. And last but not least, we cannot forget about the homie, Mr. Sephiroth himself.
The poppy of Speedstorm. Yo, welcome everybody to another episode of the podcast. Welcome, you got Cosmic, Katie, Departed, Valix, Awesome, Travi, Maisie on the YouTube side. Welcome in everybody. Hope y'all having an amazing ass night. We got a big podcast for you today, from Speedstorm leaks to, you know, String Sniper Down S tier remix to, you know, a bunch of other craziness. You never know what's about to happen, especially when the generals come in. So, you know, without further ado, let's get this podcast started.
It's the Crashout podcast, buckle up, let's go. One Wing Angel, Nano, Sammy, Caleb in the flow. We're talking top 100, drama and the heat. From Disney Speedstorm to the latest gaming beat. Crash out, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. Speedstorm's the heart, but we'll branch out wide. Video games, hot takes, and the culture collide. Got a list for your mind and debates that ignite. Tune in, strap in, it's a wild ride tonight. Rev it up, level up, it's time to engage. The Crashout crew's got the voice for the stage. From competitive tips to the latest trends, we're crashing out big, this ride never ends. Crash out, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. So hit that play button, we're revved and set. The Crashout podcast, the best one yet.
Let's go, chat.
All right. Now, before we start, I did send all you guys a message in the VC chat that we're in, so I'd like you all to take a look at it, mainly the last part. You know, just want to make sure we got everything covered.
Yep, we're covered.
All right, let's get it.
All right. So this is episode 27, and first off, we'll be covering divisions. This is Division Season 3. The regular season has completed. We had the first round of, you had the team stage, we had the quarterfinals, and now we're headed to I believe the semifinals. But if we, you know, just to cover what happened in the week, it was week 2 of the knockout stage, which was the quarterfinals, and we can go over the matches. We'll save our matchup for last, but we'll start off. There was a lot of upsets. There was a lot of teams that people thought were going to win that ended up losing, and a lot of teams that people thought were going to lose that ended up, you know, winning. There was a lot of close matches. There were some ties. So this actually was like a very, very intense week of divisions. So let's get into it. First off, we can start off with BRZ Ferro with Sunday Racers. That was actually a match that was a tie. I remember in the predictions thinking that this was going to be very close. It was going to come down to 604 Lucas versus Amaji, and that's exactly what ended up happening. Both 604 Lucas and Manja leading their teams. And it was pretty even. But I think I might be wrong, but I think the Sunday Racers won in overtime or in the sudden death. But let's go over the point standing and see what happened here. So we have for BRZ Farrell, we had 604 Lucas leading his team with 71 points. BRZ Danilio with 65, Bronco with 51, and Tramal with 29. And then for the Sunday Racers, we have Manji leading his team with 82 points. Big Julo with 54, Ishtar with 49, and Dodo 187 with 31. So those are your point standings. It was a tie, went to overtime, and I believe the Sunday Racers won.
Yeah.
So,
Goblin King said they won by 0.1 millisecond, bro.
Woo! So 1,000, dang, that close. That was like as even as you can get. Somebody's got a win though, and it just so happened that the 1 millisecond happened to go in the Sunday Racers' favor. So shout out to the Sunday Racers.
Talking about a photo finish.
Yeah. So, check out the VOD. Shout out to, BRZ Farrell. I think you guys were underdog this season and you made it far and definitely put up a hell of a fight against some good teams. So you can hold your head proud. So.
Yes, sir. Definitely a strong team.
All right, next up we got Les Feliz du Bucal versus Roca Heat. Now I think the predictions, most people had RH Roca Heat winning, and yes, they won by 100 points. So let's get into the point standings. When it comes to Les Feliz du Bucal, we had Destem Arc with 67, PS Victor 1999 with 35, Rafnu with 31, Tofiness with 26, and Anna with 7. And then for RH Roca Heat, we had Hitsuyaka with 83 points, Staylox with 74, Johnny Noctura with 61, and Jewel with 48. So kind of seems like a domination. So Roca Heat, I believe they're on the lower bracket, but they will be moving on in their knockout round. So shout out to RH Roca Heat.
Damn, no Danny Boy is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Did he get burnt out? But yeah,
I wonder how this match would have went if Danny Boy was in there.
Yeah, it might have went a little different. Maybe they would have scored more, but 100-point difference is, hard to make up, But, who knows? But we'll have to ask Earth 18 about that. But in Earth 1, this one looks like it's Roca Heat. But all right, we can move on to the next match. We have the Goofy Gooba versus the T-Timer. So this was the one that I thought was going to be very close. And if there was going to be an upset, it would probably be this one because as good as the Goofy Goobas are, the T-Timers are also a stacked team. And it ended up that the prediction ended up coming to pass. There was an upset, and the T-Timers ended up beating the Goofy Goobas 208 to 188. So about like 20 points. And Goofy Goobas, if you know, are Dino and Toxic, so they did get beat by Team Hoodie and Has. But yeah, let's look into the point standing and see what happened here. So for the Goofy Goobas, we had Toxic leading his team with 61 points. We had Slow Motion with 59, Dino with 55, Anonymous with 8, and Civ with 5. So that's interesting. Civ didn't get as much playing time. But for the T-Timers, we had a Hoodie showing up this week, leading his team with 62 points. Tyapp with 56, Havs with 50, and Tom 4K with 40. So it looks like the top three on each team are kind of even, but it's that fourth racer, I think, made the difference for the T-Timers. I think overall as a team, their fourth racer, I guess, secured the victory. So the T-Timers knocking the Goofy Goobas out of the knockout stage and out of the tournament. So that's kind of wild because the Goofy Goobas beat, was it BRZ, the final boss, or was it the Lowland Thunders? They beat one of those teams. So a fan favorite, looks like they won't be making it to the finals. So yeah, big upset.
Which you talking about, Goofy Goobas?
Yeah, which team did they beat?
They beat Lowland Thunders by 2 points.
Yeah, so they lost. Yeah, they lost to the final boss, but they beat the Lowland Thunder. So
that just goes to show you that a lot of teams are actually like very comparable in skill. Like you could win and lose to a lot of teams, man.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of teams showed up this weekend. Speaking of the Lowland Thunders, they also had a hard match, but we'll get into that. But shout out to both teams and shout out to the T-timers. They will be moving on within the tournament bracket. We can get into the next match. Next match we have the Toy Soldiers versus BRZ Bestial. When it comes to this match, we had the Toy Soldiers winning 275 to 157, so over 100 points. This is like a complete domination. But we have Ryoni, definitely holding it down for her team or their team. Once again, the point standings for the Toy Soldiers, we had Atrocious leading his team 82 points. Now, this was 12 races this week, so you see a lot of people with 80 points. That doesn't mean they got first every race, but they did pretty damn near close. But yeah, Atrocious scoring 82 points for his team. We had Yukina Kisney with 65, Blades with 64, New Type Nightmare with 49, and Derpy Trails with 15. And then for BRZ Bestial, we had Rayoni scoring 83 points for their team, the most points in that match. And then we had Sai Korfa with 30, BRZ Cyborg with 24, and BRZ G Dracon with 20. So Rayoni did all they could, but the Toy Soldiers I think was overall stronger team, and the points showed that. But shout out to both teams, and shout out to the Toy Soldiers for moving on in the division knockout stage. Atrocious showing their skill. All right, next up we had, now this was another banger of a match, but we had BRZ Final Boss versus the Legion of Zoom. So high profile names. So we had BRZ winning 259 to 173. I think most people expected this outcome, but we knew that the Legion of Zoom was gonna put up a fight. But let's look at the point standings. We had Rugal leading his team with 84 points for BRZ Final Boss. We had Wolf with 78, Hayes with 50, Nunn with 47. And then for Legion of Zoom, we had Crusher leading for his team with 69 points, Silent with 52, Mo Skills with 31, and Matt RG with 21. So good fight, but BRZ overall as a team, I think, looks like they scored more points and did a little bit better. So, BRZ Final Boss will be moving on to the next stage, but shout out to the Legion of Zoom for making it this far. All right, next up we have the Dark Side Riders versus the Union Jack Arrows. I believe the predictions were mostly for the Dark Side Riders, and that ended up being the right prediction. Dark Side Riders winning 273 to 159. Just overall, Dark Side Riders were a stronger team, it seems. But let's look at the point standings. We have Batu Renal scoring 76. We have Starmondo with 72. Hugh Citos with 68. And Alphen with 57. And then for the Union Jack Arrows, we had a three-hitter Monkey leading his team with 57, Galvanator with 50, Turrets with 28, and DOA Phoenix with 24. So, yeah, the Dark Side Rider basically scored as much as they could, pretty much spread out through their teams. So they'll be moving on to the next stage of their knockout bracket. All right. Second to last, we got the Lowland Thunders versus DTUK. So this was a very interesting match because, DTUK is a very strong team, but I don't know if most people thought it was going to be this close. DTUK putting up a great fight. I think leading at times against, arguably maybe the strongest team in the divisions. And it ended up being a 2-point game. But the Lowland Thunders, it came down to the last match, but the Lowland Thunders barely clutched it with a 2-point victory, 217 to 215. Shout out to DTUK. I know kind of behind the scenes what was going on with your team. So to kind of fight that adversity and to show up and give the performance you did was very impressive. So yeah, that was a good match. But let's look at the point standings here.
Before we go on, I do want to say, that's why that match right there, DT UK versus DT versus Lowland Thunders, is why you don't quit, man. That's why you don't quit on your team, no matter what's going on. No matter if you feel like you're going to get stomped or lose or whatever, always want to finish strong with your team. At least play to the end of the season. If, you can, if it's a possibility, there's no actual dilemma with the group and whatnot. You cannot count your team out just because you're going against a super strong team. Now, granted, Lowland Thunder still ended up winning by 2 points, but a lot of people was making it seem like it was going to be a lot worse than what it actually was. So,
Yeah.
Yo,
DT.
facts, man. Yo, we was watching this shit live, right? And we were talking about it because DT was trailing a little bit, right? And I was like, yo, if they get a sweep, yo, they will literally be right back in the game. And a couple of people, they were like, sweeping LT is literally impossible. And I shit you not, while we're talking about this race is happening, right? And then literally when they said that, like literally like 50 seconds later, they ended up sweeping that race. And they were like, yo, the timing of that is crazy.
That is real
Yes,
good.
sir.
I didn't get to
Yes, sir.
see the match myself, but I got reports from Goblin after, and I think he said it was on Toon Village, and they got a sweep on Toon Village. But the craziest thing is their team comp was Anger, Ursula. Damn, I can't remember the other two, but the other Jack Skellington and one other, Ariel, and it worked. It worked apparently. I really need to see the VOD, but to understand that was their sweep on
Yeah.
Lowland Thunders is actually crazy.
Yeah, and
Nasty work.
DT's UK is a very strong team. We went against them. It just shows that like it's kind of like rock paper scissors at the top. Any team can beat any team. You don't give up. At the end of the day, they hold the controller just the way you hold your controller. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing stopping you from, catching them on the off day. So it was almost an upset, but Lowland Thunders ended up, holding it down.
Shit, I wouldn't even say that's an off day. DT UK.
Yeah, I don't even think it was even an off
showed
day. It was
out.
just they were on point, and so I think they thought they were automatically gonna lose, but nah, like I think this proved that they definitely have the skill to be a top team. So you should be proud
Hopefully
of your
it'll raise
performance.
some self-doubt.
Yeah, so don't give up. Don't feel like, oh well, we're gonna lose, so we're just not gonna race. We're gonna drop out. Nah, have some faith
Yeah,
in
man.
your ability, and see what happens because you never know. But let's
Yo,
get the
they-
points.
You got
Can y'all
some
hear
strong
me?
racers, man. They just, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
the
you.
chat saying that I'm mad low, so I'm just trying to make sure the chat can hear me.
Yeah,
You
I
might
can
be
hear you.
low on the output, but we can hear you good.
Yeah. But yeah, well, let's get into the point standings. So for the Lowland Thunders, we had Cedric leading his team with 65 points, Doobie with 64, Alissi with 45, and Ferrari with 43. I'm sure Ferrari was on Brawlers. And then for DT UK, we had Ghost Viper leading his team and scoring the most points in the match with 79 points. We had Goblin King with 53, Sony with 48, and Departed Storm scoring his 50 points with 35. I'm sorry, Departed, giving you a hard time. But yeah, so shout out to both teams and shout out to all of the players, who competed. It was a good show. Good show. All right.
Definitely impressive.
Most definitely.
Also,
Alright.
they didn't practice this game either. That's the crazy part. Like the only practice they
Mhm.
got was when they scrimmed with us, but other than that, and that was not with their picks too.
They didn't have their whole team.
that-
Yeah,
Yeah.
because half the team fucking gave up. That's why they didn't practice.
and look to
Eh.
have the score like this and almost actually beating them is crazy. With no practice, they had the defeated mindset, and they came in here and rocked the fucking house.
And that's another thing I want to say. Like, people, DT UK, I think DT UK is a super strong as fuck team, and I think they got some talented racers. I think DT UK's main weakness is some of their players' mindset, bruh. They gotta get that shit together, bruh, because it's no point having the skill if you just gonna like be down on your team and stuff like that. That's not good. Like, this is a great example of why you should never quit on your team like that. And while you-
Loyalty and commitment are extremely important on a team dynamic. And if you don't got that, you've already lost half of the race in the battle.
Exactly. Now, it's crazy because what if they practiced and that would have gave them the extra 2 points to get the dub?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a lot of things you got to factor in, man. So, I want to see y'all, back next season, stronger and, more ready. And I think y'all going to do good things, man. Y'all got to believe in yourselves.
For sure. Agree with you, Nano.
Yeah. So that's a message from the Crashout to DTUK. Hopefully, y'all take that, going forward, and have some faith. But last but not least, I believe the upset of the week in the century. Maybe not to the S tier speedsters, but to us, huge upset. Didn't see it going like this. My prediction: Stream Snipers up.
I actually didn't think it was that bad, but
yeah, I mean, it win or lose. I thought, maybe 10-point game, something like that. But this was a complete domination. Just gotta say,
no, it was not. Hell no.
What it felt like, nigga.
Yeah, you definitely lowballing our team.
No, it wasn't that. It was not like we lost by 100, but like, oh man, Stream Snipers down. The S tier speedsters definitely brought they S tier game. They show why they S tier. They brought they A game. You know what I'm saying? They showed up. Stream Snipers, we had a lot of. I don't know what happened, but we lost.
What happened, boys? What happened?
230 to 202. Probably my worst performance on Speedsters. I think the scrimmage we had, I had certain picks. It worked, but that shit didn't work in the match. And also, what did happen? My controller got stick drift and shit. I couldn't side bash. Like every single time I tried to side bash, it would make me jump. But
hold on. Didn't Caleb say he got a new controller just so he doesn't have to race with stick drift?
Yeah, and guess what? That controller got fucked
said
up.
That like a month ago.
Yeah, that controller did not last long. It's a good thing I got the protection plan. I gotta get the All-State protection thing.
Man, be getting food all in his buttons and shit, man. What you got?
Nah, the Marvel Rivals, you gotta aim left and right.
I broke his controller over a Marvel.
I don't know what happened.
Hey, man, but one thing, that's what happened.
Yeah, but I don't know. Overall, though, it's I feel like we were. It's like I had some success. There's some races I think I got first or top, but I don't know. I think really it's just a testament to S tier. They definitely were locked in. They played good as a team. I think they probably practiced more. They had a chip on their shoulder. They were
definitely your fault, Caleb.
The song, motivation. I just wanted it to get spicy, S tier plus. Not today. We looked S tier minus in that match, but it's
some match.
Boy, 6
What were y'all referring us to as F tier or something like that?
F tier, dang.
F tier.
Maybe eat that shit.
I got that whole thing, and what I streamed to. Everybody's like, Angel, why the fuck are you on Brawlers? And I'm like, I just wanted to test myself and prove myself. Like, people say put your best player on the worst class because everybody else can just follow suit. So I said, okay, let me try that. You know what I mean? Brawlers is literally the hardest class to play, which I think is their thought process too, because they also put Valix, which in my opinion is one of their best players in that team, on the suckiest class of the game. And look, me and Valix only got 40 points apiece. I got 40, got 46. So that goes to show you that Brawlers is not an easy class. But I also wanted to test myself, and I feel like maybe I shouldn't have done that. But I feel like
nah, man. Listen, hold on, man. We not gonna do that, man. There ain't nothing wrong with my dude Angel wanting to swag on some brawlers, man. You know, he played on brawlers. I mean, we ain't get the W, but my man still wanted to try brawlers.
Yeah, to be honest, though, like, y'all know my play style. Y'all see me when I play. Brawlers is not my play style, because with brawlers, you're not able to bunny hop as much. You're not able to slingshot. You're not able to do those lines that you would do as a defender, trickster, or speedster. So you're not gonna be able to do those things to catch up to people, and that is a huge thing with brawlers. Like, and I felt that during this race. I'm like, I can't catch up because I can't do half the shit that I normally would do in the other classes.
Yeah,
it be like that.
End of the day, the S tier do have some strong players. If you've seen them in, you know, the solo tournaments, the World Cups, Princess tournaments, you know what I'm saying? You'll know, you know, these aren't, you know, some scrubs. These are very strong players, and you know, hey, they got us fair and square. So shout out to the S tier speedsters. We can get into the point standings. For Stream Snipers, Absent doing his best to hold it down for the team. You know, leading with 69 points. So shout out to Absent.
Let's say something real quick on that, because that was not my fucking best. I was actually disappointed in my performance for the simple fact I was on defender.
You did great.
I did great, but I was on defender and I got first once, and I just felt like being on that role, I should have pulled it out more, and maybe that would have gave us the dub too. So I felt like I could have done better type shit.
You did good.
You got the best number. You got the best number in the whole thing, you know.
Yeah, the match. So man, you know, you did what you were supposed to do.
You can't always do good on the class every race, man. So
that's facts too. That's facts too. Look, guys.
You know what? I'll take some of the blame because I've been busy this week. Normally, when I got the free time, I set my guys up with the great picks. I wasn't there in practice, so I'll take blame.
Man, Sammy was gonna do nothing but Steamboat freaking Boatman Pedro picks, 12 picks and stuff. That's what he was gonna do.
Hey, maybe the Steamboat picks will be helping us get better.
Man, I don't know. It's hit or miss. I think the last time he did that was when we played S tier, and it messed it up. But it is what it is.
Wait, messed it up for who, Caleb?
For me. I'm like, all the picks I was gonna do, KH fan had, and I took it off because I'm like, man, Pete fucked me up. It ain't gonna work. But it worked.
I ain't gonna lie, Shy, man. Y'all niggas had fucking Caleb down in the dumps, and
Unfortunate.
Damn.
Unfortunate.
We had to be like, get your head up, Caleb. Get your head up.
I did good on Will Turner. I did a little bit with him, my go-to character. But the moment I started doing good, the team was like 6th, 7th, 8th. I'm like, damn. I'm like, okay. But it was rough out there.
I was rewatching some of the streams and stuff, and I thought the main problem that y'all were having was y'all were like hurting each other. I thought y'all were throwing bombs at each other and side bashing each other and like all that stuff. And I was like, dang, like there was a lot of self-sabotage, I think.
Hey, that could have been a big factor, man. That's definitely something we got to go back to the game tapes and try to handle. Because that definitely could have, put some of us back.
Yeah, Nana wants the receipts.
Nah, listen, man, it happens. Like it happens for every team. So it's not something like you can't play perfect. But this is just one of those matches where this was one of those matches to where like, because if we're being honest, the game was actually pretty close until probably like the last 2 races.
Atlanta.
Yeah, I think they got a sweep on us at some point. The sweep kind of fucked us up. We let them sweep us.
Yeah,
because it was still within
every
the
weekend
grass,
with the other team doing it too.
Yeah, it was sweeping every weekend, but for this.
Yeah, man, fucking the team went crazy, man. I definitely want to give a big shout out to Sonic, KH, Valix, and Maisie, because they was going crazy. They definitely was not making it easy for us. And even though like I feel like we were going back and forth. In the end, they still ended up getting more like quality races than us, and that's what ended up. We were. I feel like we were kind of behind, and we were always trying to like catch up to them. And when we would catch up, they would like increase the lead. So they did their thing, man. They did their thing. Shenanigans, your team did their thing, man.
They did.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of them. I'm also sad for you guys because, of course, I want y'all to come with us to the semifinals, but that ain't gonna
Hey,
be
man.
the way.
Somebody
that
gotta
is, I
lose.
guess.
It's all
You
good.
know,
Listen,
yeah.
y'all gotta win now that we're out, man. We giving y'all
Yeah.
the mantle.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
now you got to be LT.
And think of MMA math. MMA math is like, okay, we beat DTUK, but DTUK almost beat the Lowland Thunder. So if you beat us, y'all definitely have the potential to basically win. So it's
Y'all
Just
could
have to
beat
see how it
Lowland
goes.
Thunders, man.
Yeah, y'all
Your
could do
road
it.
does not stop here.
We will see what happens. We're excited to
I'm
play
saying.
Cedric's team.
I
We
would
can't
love to
wait.
see S tiers in the finals. Well, against the final boss, that would be technically your final boss right there.
Maybe. I know our
championship.
match is going to be this Friday at 3 EST, so it's going to be a little bit earlier than the other matches, but that's when it is. So we'll see what happens with it. I'm excited. S tier is getting ready to play. We're practicing. We're getting prepared. So I'm ready to see, how the match is going to go down.
Yes, sir. I think it's gonna be a great match, man.
It is. It is.
Well-
It's gonna be full of aggressive ass racers. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, but the thing is, y'all are very equipped to get a W versus that team. Y'all got the teamwork and y'all got the talent. So I think y'all could do it, man. I'm rooting for y'all automatically, man. Y'all like our cousins, so
Yeah.
Y'all like our cousins.
Bro.
So I shit, I'm gonna be watching, man.
All
I'll be like,
right.
Oh, Saudi says
There go our
16
cousins,
tracks
there
is
go our cousins.
overkill.
Let's
Hey,
go.
look, you just got locked in 16 tracks. Look, just think about it like this, Sonic.
for sure, man.
16 tracks, y'all win. Y'all gotta do 20.
That's
That's
crazy.
facts.
I think that's
It's-
so much, y'all. Like,
No, man,
look,
it's an endurance
I like
test,
it.
man. It's
I
an
like it
endurance
because
test.
you gotta think about it in this aspect. You're a pro player. You gotta have that mindset of 20 races because like it tests your mind. Like that's the point in stamina. So like if you're gonna get burnt out by race 10, you gotta be on that mindset. Like I can't get burnt out because that's when you start making mistakes.
Yeah, I think it's more accurate because you're racing with more characters on more tracks, so it's more accurate data on the performance. So who can hang in the longest?
Yeah, it's gonna be less cheesing and more like the skill factor is gonna play a big role.
And comeback
Don't forget,
potential
you still
too.
have more teammates as well.
Yep.
If ever, you can always sub out. But
That
if I'm
is
to be
facts.
really honest
Mhm.
too, 20 feels so lightweight to me. I grew up on 64 races on Mario Kart. I'd be wanting more.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I mean,
20's not that
let's
much.
be honest,
Yeah, man.
guys. Y'all be doing 20 plus races in these private stream lobbies that people
Oh,
be
God.
doing. So let's be
Facts.
honest.
That's facts.
Them rank matches add up.
But hey,
Oh.
listen, when you're not restricted and you can play whatever you want, if you feel like a cakewalk. So that's why. But I feel like this pushes you to your limit. So it's gonna be difficult, Shy, but I think your team is like ready for the occasion.
I think we're getting ready. I think we're just about ready to go on it. I have confidence in them. I think it's going to be close. I'm hoping it's close. But, we got to stay humble. We got to respect them and everything. So I'm ready to see a good match,
Mhm.
Sir, it's gonna be lit, man. It's gonna be lit. We're gonna be in the comment section.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
We
just
appreciate y'all support,
hmm
For sure, man.
Just like Nano said, y'all the cousins,
Exactly.
hold it down for North America. Hold it down for America.
We will. Definitely.
Yo, facts. We got the only North American team, if I'm not mistaken, that's in this bracket.
Yeah.
man.
And if y'all win the whole thing, I'm gonna make a song for y'all and celebrate. So.
Bet.
Oh, you're gonna call it the S plus tier?
Hey, man.
Yeah, hey. S tier
God
plus
tier,
plus.
man.
You got to come up with something real good for that, Caleb, if that happens.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, man. Mr. Khalid, man, you want to go over the points?
Yeah, but just to finish the points, so we had Absent leading the team and the match with 69 points. We had Nano with 48. We had CalebBlackFlash with 45, and we had One Wing Angel with 40. And for the S tier speedster, we had Maisie leading for their team with 66, KH Fan 90 with 61, Sonic Anarchy with 57, and Valix with 46. So those are your point standings, and shout out to the S tier speedsters for getting it done against I'd say a solid team. But we
Yes, sir, man.
we gotta play a song. It's a little remix. But Stream Snipers are out and we down, so it's time to play the Stream Sniper down.
How many songs
team
you
and get
got
it going.
today, Caleb?
Oh, we haven't done music for the last 3 weeks, so we got to catch up. So we got 3 songs today, but the first song we'll be playing is Stream Sniper Down. So let's get it.
All right, let's get it. Y'all ready?
Is it playing yet?
No, I'm about to play it right now.
Okay, heard.
Hold on, yo. We just got a raid by 3-headed monkey, yo. Let's go, chat. Yo, appreciate that raid, and I appreciate you trusting us with the community. Welcome in, Raiders. How we doing? We're about to play this remix that Caleb just made. The S tier remix of the Stream Sniper Down. Stay tuned. It's a catchy song, I promise.
Stream Sniper down, Stream Sniper down, Stream Sniper down, Stream Sniper down. We have been found, someone stole our crown. We can't get beat down, we cannot get clowned. Oh Lord, Stream Sniper down. What the hell happened? The S-tier speedsters gave us a brutal slapping. Somebody spy doing dirty macking. All I know is the snipers are slacking. We cannot bounce back, we have no more matches. We got beat by KH Fans faction. This match was sweaty and full of action. We didn't turn up, I don't know what happened. Stream Sniper down, Stream Sniper down, Stream Sniper down, Stream Sniper down. We have been found, someone stole our crown. We can't get beat down, we cannot get clowned. Oh Lord, Stream Sniper down.
I don't know what's going on, Angel. Sound like the music cutting in and out, man.
What? Oh, you know why? Because it was going through my mic instead of my.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Cutting in and out. Yeah.
Damn, so it was cutting in and out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I heard it, but you could, probably want to make it better on your end.
Oh, that's why. I apologize, guys. Give me 1 second.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Have a little rhythm, a little beat to it, Caleb.
Yeah, you know.
Did I hear like the words or no?
Barely.
You can hear the words, but the
mean,
music part is kind of iffy because it sounds like, you know, when you holding your phone up to like a speaker,
All right.
But-
I got you. I don't know why this is audio on the.
We can always play it again.
Oh yeah, I'll play it again. I think I know what's going on.
Heard.
Okay, there we go. All right, now you should hear it better.
Oh, we running it back? Dang, double trouble. Damn, we getting double tap, double pump. Like the Quan, shout out to the Quan. We getting double pump.
Hey, man.
Sniper.
It gotta be like that. It gotta be like that, man.
Stream sniper down. Stream sniper down. Stream sniper down. We have been found. Someone stole our crown. We can't get beat down. We cannot get clowned. Oh Lord, stream sniper down. What the hell happened? The S-tier speedsters gave us a brutal slapping. Somebody spy doing dirty macking. All I know is the snipers are slacking. We cannot bounce back, we have no more matches. We got beat by KH fans faction. This match was sweaty and full of action. We didn't turn up, I don't know what happened. Stream sniper down. Stream sniper down. Stream sniper down. Stream sniper down. We have been found. Someone stole our crown. We can't get beat down. We cannot get clowned. Oh Lord, stream sniper down.
Damn, she sniper down. She sniper down. They stole
Sonic
our
said you gotta
crown.
send me that song. Dang.
That was pretty catchy, Caleb.
Hey, it
Oh,
is
yeah.
kind of a low-key banger, man.
It's low-key a banger. You know, y'all, I've been kind of dabbling a little bit in the AI music some too, actually.
Hey, good
Yeah.
you're converted. I know you're no stranger to AI, so you know
Yeah,
we'll have to hear.
I'm learning, I'm doing things. Do y'all mind if I share something with y'all on the podcast?
Yeah, that's
Sure,
fine.
man. Go
But I
ahead.
will say, you know, while we on Stream Sniper Down, while you getting that song pulled up, we got another song. It's called KH I'm Sorry.
Oh,
KH didn't
That's
like
crazy.
S tier plus. So, you know, they won fair and square. So I made a song. There's a lot of different versions, but you got to pick one AI song. But this is one of the ones I thought was decent. You know, there's
that's
some
sweet.
remixes and whatnot, but we got it going on. So this is continuing the Stream Sniper Down type of shit. But you know, Angel, you can go ahead and play that for the people. Sorry.
Yeah. KH, I'm sorry. Where do I even start? KH, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break your heart. KH, I'm sorry. Maybe me and you can restart. KH, I'm sorry. You got revenge inside a car. KH, I'm sorry. You were racing like the man. KH, I'm sorry. This week your team just had a plan. KH, I'm sorry. I just don't understand. KH, I'm sorry. You turned a sniper into a fan. KH fan, man, you really did your thing. Your team was on the track and we're racing like some kings. Taking the snipers down, man, that shit, it really stings. The S-tier speedsters hit their stride and spread their wings. And now the speedsters are moving to the next stage. They coming in hot, ready to run the fade. The next team, watch, y'all better not misbehave. They knocking out teams who be out here throwing shade. KH, I'm sorry. Where do I even start? KH, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break your heart. KH, I'm sorry. Maybe me and you can restart. KH, I'm sorry. You got revenge inside a car. KH, I'm sorry. You were racing like the man. KH, I'm sorry. This week your team just had a plan. KH, I'm sorry. I just don't understand. KH, I'm sorry. You turned a sniper into a fan.
KH fan, gonna defend his team until the end. The ST is Spencer's always racing for the win. Their speed is always at 10 out of 10. Fast like Sonic and swift just like the wind. The species went crazy, I see you twin. You can call him Himothy, this Juicy's him. The snipers are taking this loss right on the chin. I didn't know this is how the race would end. KH, I'm sorry. Where do I even start? KH, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break your heart. KH, I'm sorry. Maybe me and you can restart. KH, I'm sorry. You got revenge inside a car. KH, I'm sorry. You were racing like the man. KH, I'm sorry. This week your team just had a plan. KH, I'm sorry. I just don't understand. KH, I'm sorry. You turned a sniper into a fan. I can't believe that the stream snipers got clowned. We were at the top, now we on the ground. Our ship is sinking, I hope that we don't drown. The sniper location has just been found. I can't believe we got smacked. We were on the defense, they were on the attack. Going so fast like they were high on my crack. The stream sniper gotta step it up if we wanna bounce back. KH, I'm sorry. Where do I even start? KH, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break your heart. KH, I'm sorry. Maybe me and you can restart. KH, I'm sorry. You got revenge inside a car. KH, I'm sorry. You were racing like the man. KH, I'm sorry. This week your team just had a plan. KH, I'm sorry. I just don't understand. KH, I'm sorry. You turned a sniper into a fan. It looks like KH returned his gift. He gave the snipers L's because I was talking shit. I guess the snipers aimed and missed. Had the stream snipers looking like a make-a-wish. Now I'm singing like Ice JJ Fish. The S-tier speedsters are celebrating as they diss. They bringing out the donkey, so there's an ass that we can kiss. The snipers are out of ammo, man. It looks like this is it. KH, I'm sorry. Where do I even start? KH, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break your heart. KH, I'm sorry. Maybe me and you can restart. KH, I'm sorry. You got revenge inside a car. KH, I'm sorry. You were racing like the man. KH, I'm sorry. This week your team just had a plan. KH, I'm sorry. I just don't understand. KH, I'm sorry. You turned a sniper into a fan.
Damn, man, that shit made me want to cry. So
Dang, I'm like
damn.
getting teary-eyed over here.
Wow.
Yo, Caleb. So deep.
For real, I need
Caleb.
this answer
I just
because,
be
like, what do
making-
I have to do to make you hate me and write a banger about you?
Hey, I just-
Absent says, please hate me.
I'm sorry.
It didn't feel like AI at all. It felt like a genuine song. Like you got some people and they put that shit together. Typically, AI got this typical voice to it. That was
Yeah.
dope. That was so
good.
dope.
Don't sleep. The AI is possibilities and potential. So
AI is popping
yeah,
off.
it's
Absent says,
I
please hate
actually
me.
a lot of the AI music you can like have the AI write it for you, or you can write it yourself. So all of the songs I write it myself, and then I try to
Yes,
get the
sir.
genre to match, and see what works.
Nice,
But
nice.
Better work, boy.
that was that. So I know Cage might have felt some type of way, the whole FT and birthday stuff. It's all competitive banter. Like I say, nothing personal. It's you know what I'm saying? So I know the whole it's your birthday, give you L's. Like I said, when we were talking before the first match, I was like, hey, I got a birthday present for you. But anyways, hopefully KH, still don't feel some type of way. But, you gotta laugh at yourself, roast yourself every now and then. But let me see.
There you go, Caleb.
But also, the last song we have before we move on to the rest of our topics, I want to give a shout out to all of the brawlers. Oh yeah, Shy. Yeah, well, we can get Shy. So Shy, while that song was playing, Shy was getting her song together. So Shy, what song do you have?
Sure. So, I just wanted to try it, like, cause the whole AI song thing went down last week and everything, and I was really proud of my fucking team and everything. And I was like, I've never done anything like this before, and I'm getting all these songs made about us and me and our team. So like, we should just play it, and y'all should just let me know if I did a good job. How about that?
All right, let's hear it. This is a single from Shynanigan herself.
And I'll let y'all know right now that I wrote all of the words by myself. So if it's a little rusty or if it's, slapping with some bars, y'all just let me know.
I'll let you know on the bars.
Sure, man, for sure.
Let me know.
Who you calling F tier? We S tier. We came to play. Y'all had the first song, but not we get the final say. Y'all may have had the lyrics, but we got the last word. I played our cards right, hit you with that on the reverse. All that smoke, no fire, just echoes of pride. S tier came through and left y'all tongue tied. Crossed that finish line and put y'all in the dirt. Now let's give you all verses and find out who was the worst. Absent, where you at? Couldn't hang with the Giants, got the most points on your team, but you will still be whining. Couldn't defend your team even if you tried. We took off without you, looked back and said bye-bye. You can lead your team with pride, knowing that you were the GOAT. How when S tier looks at you, you're just motherfucking ghost. Yo, Poppy, come back here. Why you out walking? You thought you had a mouth on you, but now mommy's talking shit, no consequence. Thought you were flying high, but tier took you out, shot you out the fucking sky. Used to be one wing, now we left you with none. You understand the rules of divisions, now you lost, now y'all are done. Y'all may have had the lyrics, but we got the last word. I played our cards right, hit you with that on the reverse. All that smoke, no fire, just echoes of pride. S tier came through and left y'all tongue tied. Crossed that finish line and put y'all in the dirt. Oh, stream snipers down and now we came in first. Nano logged in thinking he brought the heat, but against real speed, he just couldn't compete. Try to blast us, nah, we blast back faster. Nano got fried, call that a fucking disaster. Nano took all the L's, moved down in the ranks, below 150 on the list, and he's got S tier to thank. Caleb talks a big game, can't shut up about the sniping, but his tier took your ammo now. You're the one that's dying, say you got a need for speed, that you were number one. Yeah, you like Flash, we gave you whiplash on this rerun. Taught you a thing or two about disrespecting our team. Now hit the ground, bow, and kneel before your queen. Y'all may have had the lyrics, but we got the last word. I played our cards right, hit you with that on the reverse. All that smoke, no fire, just echoes of pride. S tier came through and left y'all tongue tied. Crossed that finish line and put y'all in the dirt. Oh, stream snipers down and now we came in first. So snipers, stay humble or stay out, cause this crown don't move. We the proof that loud mouths got nothing to prove. Drop the mic on your ego, now S tiers are the host. Signed, sealed, delivered, we still doing the most. Y'all poured salt on the wound, didn't think it could get meaner. So keep your words, keep your lyrics, cause revenge is sweeter.
God damn, Shy. When did you find out you got a hip hop persona in you, yo? That shit was
Hey, yo, Shy battle rapper confirmed. Shy battle rapper.
She said she wrote that herself too. That's wild.
Hey, this is why Shy be listening to all that hibbity hobbity. She took one out of her freaking you go to repertoire. Damn.
Can we dissect some
Hold
bars
on.
first? Can we dissect some bars? I would like to raise my hand and say I do rap myself and I write rap. So when I was listening to this shit, I was like, there's some heat in this bitch. When we got to Poppy and he said, one wing angel shot your ass out the sky, or like, now you down the wing, something. I'm sorry, I can't remember. But
Yeah, I was like, that was hard. Okay.
And Nano Blaster leaving him into a disaster or something. That shit was fire right there.
It was. I fucked with
There
it.
was a line on mine. He said, something. What the fuck was it? It was something. Now I'm a ghost, and I was like, hold on, what she say about me? I was like,
You you could lead your team
Damn,
with pride,
son.
knowing that you were the goat. But when Esther looks at you, you're just a motherfucking ghost.
Yeah,
There you go.
Man, I liked it. Man, I liked it.
This
Wow.
man Caleb
It
got
seemed
diss
like you had
tracked.
a
We all got diss off of Caleb's diss track. It's crazy.
I need to hear Caleb's part back, 'cause I didn't catch like all his bars. Like after Nanos, I started like, I don't know if y'all heard me. I was in a fit of giggles and my headphones fell off and it got messy and I missed Caleb's part.
There's something about, you know, I'm always talking about shots, but now I'm in the dirt or something. Kneel down.
Oh yeah, bow down to your queen. That shit that took me. I was like, oh,
Damn. Lifestyle General confirmed.
Yo, Sammy listening like, "Phew, glad I wasn't in the race."
Yeah, I'm on the bench, man. He avoided all the shots.
no, that was. I will have to say though, that was the best like AI bars I've heard so far.
Okay,
So kudos
okay.
to you,
It was
Shy.
good.
Whenever
Well put together.
don't let me get out here and make a diss myself. It ain't gonna be AI.
You know, it will be a diss. Probably we got to make a Has diss track because he be slandering. It's gonna be called Has the Hater.
Low-key be talking that shit, bro.
Has the Hater coming soon.
Oh my god.
You know, we're gonna have a special one for you.
So we liked it. We liked it for first time AI.
Yeah,
See, I will put it to you like this, Shy. Now you can't be sitting around hiding behind that little country girl southern like persona because ain't no country girl pulling out a track like that. That's all I'm saying.
What? Well, you think it's a persona?
The persona, that was a straight fucking rap diss track, straight from the New York City ghetto type shit. Like that is definitely no southern belle shit right there.
Listen, I don't really think so me personally, I don't think it's that, you know, Shy wasn't being herself. You know, Shy, like, at least from what I hear, Shy, like, you know, the rap music and stuff. So I feel like stuff like this might be a part of Shy. Like, obviously, like, Shy's not like in the streets or nothing, but you know, you could like stuff like that. But you know.
Oh yeah, hey, like Valex said, she graduated and now she talking different. And now she writing diss tracks. She got her the flow and everything.
I said she got time today. She got time today.
It was good, man. You put your foot in that one. I enjoyed it a lot.
Thank you. I had fun creating it. I had so much fun.
Well, good. You know, you should keep it up. Hey, you got the rights to the song.
So, created. You had that glint in your
play it
eye,
on your
like that anime glare in the glasses. Evil.
Nano, did you like your little 150 list bar?
Oh yeah, she dissed you for that. That list.
I didn't hear that. What was
got
the
your ass back? Yeah.
I know you
She
got
said moving down the list after that match. Yeah, 150.
Listen, man, I
hit her back.
Listen, man, I accept all the smoke that the list brought, man. So I'm fine with it, man. I'm fine with it. You know,
Wait, Shy,
I
what
got
was
thick
that
skin,
bar?
man. I got thick skin.
What'd you say, Absent?
What was that bar?
Let me see.
Thank you for that follow, by the way.
Nano took so many L's, he moved down in the ranks. Below 150 on the list, and he has S tier to thank.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
green eggs and ham. Here we
It's lit, man.
Here we go. She moving up the rap tier list. I'll say that in the Speedstorm community. Well, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I ain't battle
Yeah,
rapping.
man.
Shy. I'm telling you that right now. I ain't battle rapping your ass. That's crazy.
What is that?
Gonna hit you where it hurts.
There's a game on Jackbox about like the robot battle rapping. Have y'all ever played that before?
Shit is so fun.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I can win those.
Yeah, I'm definitely not facing you on that.
Played Jackbox, but I haven't played Monster Battle Rap.
Yeah,
It's
that
like
shit is
robot
fucking
battle rap or
hilarious,
something.
and it's funny as
It's
shit.
so good. It's so funny. That would be fire. Also, there's a little something extra too that comes with the song. This weekend, the Stream Sniped music video is dropping.
Oh, y'all got a music video for us? Oh no.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
okay. That's what we
Yes,
doing.
sir. Yes, sir.
So they got the
That's
diss
tough.
track where they probably gonna have video of us falling off the cliff and stuff. Okay, I'll be mentally
Oh
prepared
my
for
god.
it. So, Dang,
Yo,
yeah,
music video.
it's on.
Listen, man,
Hey.
we with all
Caleb, we're gonna
smoke,
get it back.
but it's
I'm
all
with you.
good, man. 'Cause
I'm
it just
taking
means
notes.
all it means is that when we race again, we just gotta, pay dues. That's it.
Okay, I'm
Exactly.
taking notes.
Exactly.
The stream snipers are in hibernation right now, but we going winter's gonna end. Winter's gonna end. So we be back. But
Yeah, man.
we got one more song, last but not least. It is a tribute to the Brawlers. I've already came out with the Speedstorm song, but I was like, let's make a song for the Brawlers. So I decided to make that shit. So Angel, you can play that. And Angel was on Brawlers, so wanna give a shout out to Angel and all the other Brawlers out there. So yeah, let's get it.
Yeah, Sonic said he don't know nothing about no music video.
Because it is under wraps. It is under wraps.
That's
Man, that's hilarious, man. I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward to
Damn,
it.
that's crazy, yo. They had the music videos under wraps to the point where nobody can leak it out. Crazy.
Damn, I might have to get myself involved just now, make a track.
I'm a brawler, 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 bro. I'm just trying to chase a dollar, 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 dollar. The bitches are trying to holler, 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 holler. I fit clean to the collar, 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 collar. Yeah, cause I'm a brawler and I'm about that action. I'm side bashing at the start, they be asking what happened. If you ain't got a shield, then I'm catching you lacking. You about to get stunned and I'm doing the slapping. Knocking you off the map really got me laughing. I'm laying down bombs, I stay steady trapping. You be leaving the lobby, you ain't about that action. I'm coming in first place, everyone is clapping. I'm a brawler, 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 bro. I'm just trying to chase a dollar, 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 dollar. The bitches are trying to holler, 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 holler. I fit clean to the collar, 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 collar. And just so you know, I got me that fire. Big booty bitches is what I desire. She throwing it back, heating up my tires. I'm burning some rubbers before I expire. She charge me up and make me explode. Don't get too close, I'm about to unload. The fire is covering up the whole road. I'm spitting that fire, she here for the show. I'm a brawler, 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 love. I'm just trying to chase a dollar, 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 dollar. The bitches are trying to holler, 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 holler. I fit clean to the collar, 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 collar. Stunning, you gives me a boost. When the red shield on, you know I'm coming through. My side bash sending you through the roof. Let me show you what a brawler can really do. Call me Jafar, the way I'm spitting flames. Call me the Rizzler, the way I'm pulling dames. I love Calhoun, she make me say her name. I'm Mr. Incredible, because I got the fame. I'm a brawler, 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 brawler. I'm just trying to chase a dollar, 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 dollar. The bitches are trying to holler, 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 holler. My fit clean to the collar, 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 collar. Boogie boogie with the hoodie. I'm hands cause you think I'm a goodie. Hercules cause I please have you shaking to your knees. I'm a beast in the sheets and I angrily eat. Hey, baby call me King Triton, the way I keep fighting. Let me give you a pillow so you can keep biting. I'm making her feel the sensations of lightning. The king of the seas and her water's exciting. I'm a brawler, 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 love. I'm just trying to chase a dollar, 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 dollar. The bitches are trying to holler, 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 holler. I fit clean to the collar, 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 collar. The bitches are trying to holler, 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 I fit clean to the collar, 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 collar.
Yo, Caleb, you a wild ass motherfucker, bro. Because yo, that keep trying like took me away, bro. Use a pillow so you can keep biting. I'm like, oh shit.
We getting spicy with it, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I'll fuck with King Triton. If y'all know, you know what I'm saying, number one King Triton. But yeah, I just want to give a, you know, some appreciation. So, you know, shout out to all the brawlers out there.
I gotta say something, Caleb. Your music, you definitely a hook king, because those hooks that you be doing in your song would be stuck in my fucking head, bro. Holla, holla,
Yeah,
holla.
I agree. You really do your thing on the hooks.
Yeah, it's, you know, that's what, you know, kind of like you got to get the hook right before you get the rest of the song. But, you know, that's one thing I focus on before I do any of the other lyrics. Just the hooks. So, yeah, I like that one. I like that one.
Yeah, that was a banger. Like, I could enjoy that in the car, not gonna lie. But those are some lewd ass fucking lyrics, and I was here for it. I didn't expect that for Brawler. I was like, what?
Yeah, you know.
But there was like, you had double entendres with it that related to brawlers and sex, and I was like, oh, this nigga, let me find out he gonna be a ghostwriter. Okay.
I mean, they used to say I was poetic back in school, so you know. I'm just trying to see what's up.
Something there, Mr. Flash.
Dude, Caleb was probably trying to write all the girls some poems.
Well, he was sticking love notes in their lockers, you know.
Hey, Valentine's was a good day for me. I'll say that.
Oh man. Well, I guess, man. I mean, is there anything else on the subject, or what we doing? We moving on?
Are we moving on? That's your Crashout After Dark for the day. You know, more music to come next week, but we'll be moving on to our next segment.
Did you finish the points?
The points?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I think so.
Was the last
okay.
one.
Okay.
I guess you know, in more Speedstorm related news, we do have some leaks. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how people, I know with spoilers, anime spoilers, people will crash out over that. I don't know if y'all feel that, you know, strongly when it comes to Speedstorm, but we got some data mining and we got some leaks about the future of Speedstorm and the content that is to come. This is it. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's going to be some, you know, names and some franchises that people have been wanting, but then there's also going to be some franchises that people want that's not on there. But, you know, this is what's to come for the next, you know, year or two. So I hope you guys are looking forward to see what we're about to get into. I will say,
huge spoilers.
Yeah, big spoiler warning.
Yeah. So if you don't want to get spoiled, now is your time to not look at this. But I'm going to post it up right now. So y'all don't want to see this. Well, now's your chance. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. There you go.
So Austin, you say you got a song? Yeah, we'll play it next week. You know, we did a lot of songs today, but we got you.
All right.
And the part I know you made one too. We'll get yours in there as well.
So
yeah, here we go.
In this section, from what I understand, that this is the remaining seasons, as in they don't have any other seasons planned after this, from what the wording states. Because why would they call it remaining season titles? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
This is the end of content delivery, so to speak, as of right now.
So from what they're saying, is there's 19 seasons left in Speedstorm.
And if you have a season every 2 months, that means that's 6 seasons a year. And so, you know, 19 divided by 6, let me see, 6, 12, 18. So we got 3 more years worth of seasons. So they're looking this 2025, 26, 27, 28. So about 2029 will be the end of Speedstorm. No more content. But, you know, got 3 more years worth of seasons coming up. But I mean, let's look at this from the right to the left. Let's do a manga style. So from the right to the left, the right is the characters and the franchises that won't be making it into Speedstorm. So we got Finding Nemo. You know, people thought maybe they'd be in a fishbowl. They're not gonna make it. Chicken Little, Meet the Robinsons, Lady and the Tramp, Bambi. Oh no, Bambi, no.
Not Bambi,
Gargoyles.
bro.
That's crazy.
Dinosaur, Bolt. Dang, so they got
Bolt,
Lion King, but not Bolt.
crazy.
We can't have the dog.
And
No
Brother
Bolt.
Bear's a good one.
Home on the Range and Brother Bear. So
Brother
Not
Bear.
Kenai.
I didn't even know
Mm,
Brother Bear
so-
was in that one.
Bro, do you know
So-
how cool it would have been to have
Gargoyles would've been
Coda,
dope.
like to have Coda, Kenai, Sika, and Denahi as racers? Like, oh my god, and they all could have turned into their totems for their special ability.
Damn. Look. So from my understanding on this RIP list, is these are seasons that were scrapped. So that means these were seasons that they were touching on and trying to develop for, and they just scrapped it entirely.
yep. Maybe they didn't know how to make a
Right.
track. Maybe not enough characters. Who knows what was the hold up? But yeah, I guess in the corporate meeting they had the vote or a decision, and these are the things they decided to cut. So
Man,
I think
gotta
they
pull one.
they missed a big
decisions.
one on Brother Bear. I think they missed a big one on that. The music. and
Chicken
the
Little as
slapped.
well.
Oh, for
Phil
real,
Collins.
Chicken Little was
Okay, here's the thing.
iconic, and they have a good cast for the racers.
That would have been good too. You see, but Brother Bear has Phil Collins in it, and like, of course, there's another spot on the list that has Phil Collins as well that they are doing. So I don't know. I don't think the music would have taken it out of the list. But
They probably looked at popularity among their titles, and they probably did some process of elimination with that as well. Although Brother Bear is beloved, it's not as popular.
it's so good.
Nah.
So no ugly dinosaurs. Damn. Now, I guess we'll get to the remaining mid-season racers. So this is like a pro and a con because there's going to be some racers on here, which means that there won't be a season for these characters, but they will at least be in the game as mid-season racers. So we can go through the list. So for mid-season racers, we got Mr. Toad,
that
Ichabod. I don't know, Toad from Mario? No. We got Dumbo.
Oh,
We got Aurora, we got Arthur, Merlin, Mary Poppins, Bert, Pete's Dragon, Todd, Copper, Toast, Chip and Dale. Okay, so they're coming. Scrooge McDuck. Okay, Darkwing Duck, Lotso, Zurg. So Zurg will be coming to the Toy Story. That's good. We got Darkwing Duck. Yeah. Atlantis 1 and 2. So only 2 Atlantis characters. That's unfortunate. That could have been a season.
That's wild.
Yeah, we got Treasure Planet. That would have been so. Nan, I know you wanted that to be a season, but unfortunately, Treasure Planet's just gonna be mid-season.
Yeah, but I mean,
nothing,
honestly,
yes.
at this point, I'm just glad they were just making it in the game at this point. So hopefully,
Yeah.
I'm still playing by that time. Hopefully I'm
We
still
got,
playing by that time.
yeah, hopefully, be like, oh, I need a break on Mario Kart. We got, maybe that happened 2027. We got Flynn, another Rapunzel character. We have Gonzo. We have Big Hero 4 and 5. So that means Wasabi and Gogo Tamago, maybe. Ratatouille, Manuel, Marita, Launchpad, and Carl.
Rita.
Yo, can we talk about
Wait,
something real
what?
quick?
Marita.
They have
Marita.
That's how it's spelled.
It's Merida.
Merida, okay. English language,
They
English
have
language.
Ratatouille on there, which would technically be their first what they call those type of characters, like dual characters, because I know they wouldn't just do the rat and the nigga like separate. I don't know his name, my bad.
Linguini.
But yeah, that would be actually really dope.
So why do you think they wouldn't do them separate?
Because like the whole point of the movie Ratatouille is the rat controlling him via his hair. And what a missed opportunity to not have your like first dual character, like Ice Climbers on Smash Brothers type shit. In a racing
Yeah, true.
game.
It could be.
Yeah, but
And it
wouldn't
just
you
says
think they would-
Ratatouille. It doesn't say the characters' names. It says Ratatouille.
So maybe he'll be an
true.
ability. The human will be an ability.
Oh wait, so this is a mid-season racer, right? Not like a
Yeah.
Yeah, just mid-season, so not a season, just mid-season.
Okay.
Now,
then, yeah,
mhm. I was gonna say, yeah. With that being said, now here are the remaining franchises that will be coming to Speedstorm that will be seasons, which means that they will get their own racetracks, and there will be maybe at least 3 characters. But let's get into it. So the remaining season titles, we got first Pinocchio. Okay, so that's good to know. Got Pinocchio, Geppetto maybe. We got Peter Pan. A Hook. Captain. That means Captain Hook might not be a mid-season racer. He might be
that means Tinkerbell might actually be a racer instead of just an epic shard.
Yeah, I actually like that. We got Cinderella. That's good.
Which is odd because Cinderella's going to be a mid-season this season.
Yeah,
that one kind of took me out.
Yeah, that's kind of odd.
That like Cinderella. What are you gonna add for the other three racers?
The Prince, the Fairy Godmother, the Ugly Stepsisters.
Oh yeah, I'm there for that one. I want to be an ugly stepsister.
My thing is the Mulan. Like we didn't get the villain from Mulan.
Oh, that's a good point. Unfortunately, unless his name is there. Dang, so they're not gonna add him. The Mongolian.
That's crazy, right?
Oh man, missed opportunity.
And he was actually a lit villain too. That's the crazy
part.
He heavyweight, But we got Alice in Wonderland. We got Robin Hood. We got Winnie the Pooh. So hey, all you Winnie the Pooh people that ever wanted, you'll get your Tigger and Piglet. Christopher Robin. We got Rescuers. I'm not sure what that is. Is that Rescue Heroes or something? What's Rescue?
It's like these little mice that save this little orphan girl. It's a movie from. Was it made in the 90s or was it made in early 2000s?
That's interesting that's going to be a season.
I think it is too.
The Great Mouse Detective. Is that Fightful Goes West? No, I'm just playing. So we got the Great Mouse Detective. We got the Black Cauldron. We got the Lion King. So all you Lion King people, all the people said that it couldn't happen. It looked like it was gonna happen. We'll have Simba, Mufasa, Scar, maybe Kovu. That's gonna be a good season. Maybe their abilities, they'll be able to run on the track, jump out the car or something. That'd be dope. We got Pocahontas. So you got Pocahontas. Jon Snow, I think that's his name. We got the Goofy movie. That'll be dope. We have Hunchback of Notre Dame.
So ready for that.
Bugs.
Powerline?
Powerline. Yep, Powerline. Goofy movie.
Crazy.
Okay.
And Goofy's son. Okay. We got A Bug's Life. That'll be dope. You got all your ants and grasshoppers and stuff. I'm looking forward to that. I'm curious what the track could be like, kind of like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids or something. That'd be dope. We have Tarzan. So we got Tarzan. We'll probably have the gorilla, Jane, maybe the villain. You think they'll add the African dude from the TV show? Probably not. We got the Princess and the Frog. Let's go.
Yes.
That'd be nice. Probably have Tiana. We have what's his name? Ravine or Kaveen? The Prince. Naveen. My bad. Wrong letter. And who y'all think will be the third character in Princess? Oh yeah, the Voodoo Man.
Dr. Facility. Yeah.
Yeah. Dang, it would be cool if they have Mama. What's her name? Mama something. The old
Mama
lady?
Odie.
Yeah, Mama Odie. Hopefully they can get a fourth. Nah.
I also would have loved to have Lottie or Charlotte, and then her epic be Big Daddy. I think that would have been really fun.
Big Daddy.
Oh yeah.
Hey, okay. Shout out to her Big Daddy. Let me stop.
Oh, shut up.
But okay, we got Emperor's New Groove. This is the season I've been wanting, but I'm kind of disappointed because if they're doing this 3 characters a season, that means it's only gonna be 3. Like this so they'll probably have Cusco, Kronk, and either Yzma. I'm telling you, I think Poncho's gonna be an epic crew member. Watch.
Oh.
He's gonna be Cusco's epic crew member. I'm calling it now. So Poncho's gonna get the stick. But yeah, I'm still excited for the Emperor's New Groove. We got Recess. That's dope. Here's the thing about Recess. There's so many characters. There's the Snitch. There's the black dude with the high top fade. There's the fat white boy who eats sandwiches. The nerdy white girl.
Mikey.
Gretchen. I don't remember all their names, but dang, they only gonna have 3. Who's the 3 they only get?
It's definitely gonna be Vince and TJ. I don't know who's gonna be the third one. Probably King Bob. I don't know.
And then something like that. Yeah, King Bob.
I'm actually excited for the track more than the characters for Recess because they'll probably be something like Andy's room. Yeah, so you'll be like probably miniature at the playground, like a slide, like and all that shit onto a swing. I don't know, some crazy shit.
That's wild.
And then last but not least, we have Zootopia. And I think there's a Zootopia 2 coming out. It looks like there's gonna be like a new snake character. So that's cool. But yeah, I'm looking at the chat. There is some disappointment. There are some seasons that got snubbed. Angel, I know Angel was excited for some seasons. They do dirty, so there's
Where's
no Encanto.
Encanto?
There's no
Bruh, exactly.
Console for one season I wanted this game.
They like too many brown people. We can't put all them brown people in the game. They just said they flashed it.
My God.
You know the crazy thing is
It wasn't even just like, so respectfully, it wasn't even just about like all of that, but Encanto had like so much diversity in their cast. Like they were all Latina and Hispanic, but they were all different shapes and size and colors and like all of that, and it was just beautiful.
Yeah.
And I can't believe that they really missed out on this.
Yeah, there could be so many abilities. There's like the
soundtrack.
Angel, don't even feel
The
bad. You know
soundtrack
why?
would be phenomenal.
Angel, don't feel bad because half of them would have came with no voice line. So
that's crazy. That's
they would have been voice lines,
They
but
say
they would have just
they
left
say
out.
they were bringing the voice lines back.
No, yeah, the voice lines are gonna stay, but it's easy to get voice lines when you're only releasing 2 characters a season. Unfortunately, okay, 3. I'm exaggerating.
We'll see about that. Watch
Yeah,
Baymax
Sammy,
not
they
have no
said-
voice lines.
At least they said that they're back with the voice lines.
Yeah, they said their voice lines are thing.
So for us to get voice lines, we have to get less characters. And pay more
Basically.
for that? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's the compromise they
See how
made.
they trying to
for us,
finesse us?
unfortunately. Yep. Oh, you want guarantee?
For y'all though.
Hey, we're slashing the characters who we can't voice. Like, dang, y'all, that's what y'all.
Might as well take back King Candy at this point.
I will say, at least I'm glad that every single Disney princess will eventually be released.
Yeah, bare minimum.
At bare minimum, all the Disney princesses will be released.
Are we missing something? You said bare minimum.
No, I mean they got Pocahontas.
Well, yeah, this is the game. Yeah, Pocahontas, Cinderella.
Yeah.
Where's the other one? Merida. So Merida's gonna be in there.
Princess and the Frog. Tiana. So
yeah, the remaining Disney princesses will be Pocahontas. How I forget Pocahontas.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
All of them will be on.
I mean,
I'm excited.
And
for
just to be
Alice in
clear, like the Disney princesses, is that still continuing? Because I know they came out with that movie Wish, and I know that they did that dragon movie and stuff. Like I don't know. If
Raya. That's thanks for reminding me. They are. I guess Raya isn't classic. Raya. Oh, Brave. What? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, there's some princesses. Where?
Isn't Merida Brave?
Merida's Brave, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the one. That's the
But
one.
Wish,
I knew
the new
one
movie.
of them was missing, and that was the one that they didn't include was Raya.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
is she a princess?
They classify her as a Disney princess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Travis said no elemental. That's another good point. Damn, that's unfortunate.
Like the
That could have
newest
been like
one?
an Inside Out.
Raya, and then
Raya's
there's
like the second.
the Wish
newest.
girl.
Do they
I don't
classify
know her
the
name.
Wish Girl as a Disney
New Age.
princess?
I
New
thought
Age
so.
princess.
She was
I
like the
think she is.
100th annual Disney Celebration princess or something, but that
Yeah,
movie
stealing people's-
flopped.
Imagine her ability stealing other people's abilities, because I think in the movie, spoiler alert, the king was stealing people's wishes, so they could have played with that. Dang, I feel like Melina from Emperor's New Groove was kind of like a pre-princess, because she's technically with Cusco, but they don't get married in the show. But I don't know. There's
On that list out of all the remaining season titles, which ones do y'all think is gonna get the most clout? Like it's gonna bring in the
Lion King, 100%.
Lion King. But
Did I say
it's gonna
Lion
be
King?
trash.
Yeah.
I actually think it's gonna be Alice in Wonderland.
Oh yeah, that racetrack in LA, I'm so excited.
Oh, yeah.
I think
Going
Alice
down
in
the
Wonderland is gonna have a lot more theme-wise, ability-wise for the characters. Like they need to cut that 3 shit out and give us 5 again. I'm sorry, but there's just too
Cheshire
much
Cat?
content to access. Exactly, like Cheshire Cat.
I will say, just expect the
Already
Tarzan
are.
track. The Tarzan track gonna be full of rails. It's gonna be all 100% rails, kind of like Portal. Because you're gonna be grinding on the vines. It's gonna be a rail as you're going
That's
on the
gonna be
vines.
fun. That's gonna be so fun.
Bro, you already
New
know they're gonna
feature by then.
you already know they're gonna reuse jungle ruins for Tarzan.
Yo, can
But
you
nah,
imagine
I'm glad they not. If that was even he was a mid-season racer, they would have did that. If it was mid-season, but
downfall, okay? Yo,
I can't wait for that.
I actually want Tarzan, but I wouldn't put it past Game Lock to do some shit like that.
Yo,
man, hey,
do y'all
we
think
gotta have a
Tarzan's
track with
ability
gorillas.
Is gonna be him fucking swinging. Like, I think he's gonna
like an auto swing.
Oh yeah, I can see that. He's gonna be on the grind rails. He's gonna have
I'm so ready for the music.
Either he'll. Oh, that'll be good.
Oh, yeah.
Either
music is gonna be
Tarzan music
fire.
gonna be lit.
Either
Yes,
he'll
sir.
swing on vines, or he'll have a vine whip or something, or he'll have an auto, but his auto is like where he like surfs on the vines, like some vines just spawn in or some shit. I don't know. I can see it.
like
I can
he's
see it.
grinding on them? That's crazy.
Imagine he spawns in his own grind rails and you can ride it after in like team mode or something.
Yeah, that'd be dope. Hey, we're giving ideas. Game Law, listen.
But I said
of
mid
course,
seasons, like mid as fuck seasons.
Only Winnie the Pooh?
Damn. So y'all ain't excited for any of these new seasons?
Well, that's Dino. That's Dino.
Hey, you know what? It's not too late. You can play Sonic Crossworlds.
Yeah, Sonic Crossworlds and Mario Kart will hold y'all over here for the mid season.
It's kind of like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to actually be excited for Speedstorm with all the shit that's going, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not excited at all either. Even though I'm seeing the seasons I've been asking for, I already know they're gonna be trash. Like, look what they did to Big Hero 6, and that was an anticipated season.
Yeah.
Look what they did,
Like,
look
I'm
what they did to
happy.
Incredibles, and that was supposed to be the biggest season.
Yeah, I'm happy for the treasure planet stuff and everything, but like, I don't know, like, I feel like I've passed that time where I was super excited to see what seasons were coming out. I feel like right now I'm just going with the flow at this point.
I kind of agree with you there, Nana. Like, I'm looking at this and I feel like I should be like super, super hype. And there's a couple on there that I feel like I would have been that way. But then, like, when they start coming out with their 3 racer thing, now I'm like, oh, wait, all of those characters that I wanted, now I have to like wonder and debate which ones we're going to get. Yeah, exactly. So, like, I was begging for Hunchback, Princess and the Frog, and Emperor's New Groove. And now I got it. Now there's like 5 characters in each of those franchises, and now I gotta wonder which 3 I'm getting. That's just ridiculous. Winnie the Pooh has like 6 or 7, and what we're gonna get? Piglet, Tigger, and Pooh. Like, that's it. Where's Eeyore? Where's Rabbit? Where's Owl? Like, all of those guys. You know, like, we're not gonna get any of that.
Them cutting the roster actually is like a very bad thing for this game. That makes people less excited for seasons when we know we're only going to get like less characters than we actually should get. So
pretty much,
yeah.
Yo, that Peter Pan track gonna be fire too. Neverland.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Hook is gonna be from the pirate season.
And Lion King Pride Rock is gonna be dope. I already know it's gonna be a big jump off of Pride Rock. That's gonna be cool.
Y'all, I got a theory. What if they did Peter Pan's track like a Rainbow Road, connecting from like the orphanage where they got the kids, pirate ship, and like it's just like, you know, this magical bridge up in the air that connects it all type shit? The Rainbow Road. No guards, no rails. Might fall off.
Oh, I will say Bug's Life, having the track go through like ant tunnels and shit, that might be cool.
Yeah,
going through the ant hole or whatever.
That could be like Andy's room, like everything is big and we're just like smaller on the track. You think?
But outside or something instead of like inside a room. Kind of like that one game. What's it called? Grounded? Yeah, be like Grounded.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the name. Yeah, exactly what that's what I picture for that track. It's gonna be like Grounded.
Big ass leaves, and I wish there was like bugs moving on the ground too as obstacles, not just obstacles sitting there. Like for the track to be lively.
You know, moving obstacles would be crazy.
I think the thing though with these seasons and tracks, I think the environments will be dope, but I feel like the actual track designer, they gotta step it up a little bit. But you know, I don't be pessimistic. I don't know. cautiously optimistic. I'll put it that way. But hopefully they cook. Hopefully they cook with the environments or the tracks.
They ain't cooking.
Like, hopefully it's not like a freaking just an oval in a beautiful environment and sets and scenery in the background, but the track is basic. Hopefully they mix it up. But
I'm curious, honestly, to see what they're gonna do with the tracks now that they're giving us reduced characters or reduced rosters. Probably gonna be like maybe 2 variations, maybe 3 variations.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. That people that's really gonna be bringing people is like the track. Because even if people are disappointed that character didn't make it because there's only 3 racers, you can at least be like, yo, at least the track is fire. So they gotta make sure they get that right.
Mm-hmm.
To a degree, it plays to their part, I guess, for like new players who are coming in and like Disney fanatics, because their goal in taking out the 5 racers and cutting down the seasons is to quote unquote get the content out faster, right? So I mean, even though we get that season and it comes and this is ass, I guess they're hoping that new content's coming next season. It may be less of what you expected, but it's new. You'll get over this shit. Before you know it, we'll have 30 new racers.
Yeah, but definitely gonna be over 100. But I guess, hey, this game. People wonder if this game was gonna last. Clearly, it's gonna last another 3 years. So that's 3. That's
it might,
man.
but will we still be playing?
Well, look, this is my thing. This is the roadmap or the rumored leak, whatever you want to call it, roadmap, right? But do you think that's really gonna last, 19 seasons, or do you think this is like, midway?
This is what they're planning.
Between all these plans, Epic acquires them and they buy out the Speedstorm name.
Fair point. That could be a thing. And this is a leak, so things could change. And like, let's say all these Mario Kart, Sonic Crossworlds, and if players play other games and they don't have like the player base, they could cancel seasons for all we know. But this is just a leak of what they're.
That's what I'm gonna say. It's a leak, and like this is not set in stone which seasons we actually might get. They might end up on the RIP side as well.
That could be true. Some of the stuff in the mid-season or remaining season titles could go in the RIP category. We never know. But
everything is subject to change.
Everything is subject to change. Take this with a grain of salt, and just when they do reveal the next roadmap, I mean, they can kind of dictate to see how accurate this list is by the next 3 or 4 seasons that they announce in the next roadmap. And if those 4 seasons are in this list, then you kind of already know what they're planning then.
Yeah, it's it's cool, I guess. Like I said, I think honestly, the way I look at all of this is just good for divisions in my eyes. This means divisions will be more maps, more characters to choose from, and yeah, that's pretty much just going to keep me sticking to this game. It's divisions and the competitive scene, basically. I'll get the characters, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
like I'll probably be playing Mario Kart, Sonic Crossworlds, but then I'll tune in for divisions. Oh look, I get a new racer. Let me try this character out, type shit. But it's just gonna keep me on the game 24/7. No, but I'm still gonna come back for these seasons probably in these characters.
This is Caleb's retirement speech, by the way.
Hey man, after what the S tier speedster did to me, it might be time to retire. Go back to my Mario Kart days. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Hot Wheels.
Not Caleb's
Hot Wheels on
to retire them. That's crazy.
Damn.
Yeah, I'll come out of retirement like Manny. I'll come out of retirement like Manny Pacquiao. Don't worry.
They did you the reverse.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull a maxi.
When the World Cup and retire.
Yeah, I got to get Poppy in Crossworlds again. Yeah, hey, that would be dope. Hey, hopefully.
The World Cup every time.
This chick said Caleb can't take another diss track.
Nah, I need some more. I'm gonna stay just. So it was bound to come. We did KFC. You know what I'm saying? We did Departed and the Dream Team. We did S tier. It was about time. Somebody got us. So they got us. But yeah.
Hey, look, my philosophy is, look, you can be the best player in the game and still lose. I mean, that's a true thing.
Fact.
I mean, look at all these pro players in Call of Duty and Fortnite, you know, they still lose.
I mean, so far in divisions, every team has lost before.
Top players, yeah. A lot of teams with good players are out the tournament. You know, a lot of people talk about, oh, I got Toxic and Dino as my number one, number two, and they out. You know what I'm saying? People got me and Angel top 20 or whatever you got us on the list. Nando top 20, we out. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of good players. So does this make Hoodie's stock go up? Because Hoodie did beat Toxic and Dino. So is this the Hoodie? Is Hoodie going up the list? Is he what's it called? Living up to his name and his fame after what happened? What y'all think?
You know,
I mean, it's still
a team game.
It's still a team.
That's a strong ass team.
Look,
you got Tyapp, has Hoodie, Tom 4K. You know.
Yes. If y'all seen them in solo tournaments,
any team could lose to that team.
But yeah, I mean,
Caleb, you know, you talk about lists. You know, I have a couple of people that are asking, you know, when is Sammy and Caleb's list coming out?
Man, that shit ain't never coming out.
Do y'all still want that? You know, if y'all still want that, I'll come up with it. But you know, it's
And Caleb wasn't
y'all
even.
want
He said, "I'll come up with it," as in he hasn't even like started.
I mean, I want to get some more data.
Angel, they just left you and me to get all the smoke, man.
That's crazy.
Hey, I got my smoke in other ways, so you know.
That's fact.
You know, my list definitely is different, so I do want to come out. It just like we come out with tier list on the podcast. We will be coming out with our top 100 list. So I'll have it going.
Spoiler alert: Caleb is number 1 on his list.
He didn't deny it.
I was about to say he's not. He quiet as hell.
On a good day, though, I can do all things through Christ. I'll put it that way. All right.
Hey man, listen, whenever it comes out, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be lit, man. It's gonna be the talk of the town. I'm here for it.
Probably gonna be a
You
couple
gonna
of
put
diss
that list
tracks
out and
coming
retire.
for Caleb too. That's why Caleb was hesitant on that list. He's like, "Damn, I'm gonna get mad diss tracks coming at me." With this list.
Oh man. Well, I mean, I guess is there anything else y'all want to talk about? The sports and stuff, or we move on?
Speedstorm thing. I think we covered all the Speedstorm stuff, right?
I think so.
No, because we still got that little band thing, and then
okay, so next up, we do got some World Cup conversation going on with bands. I know we talked about this earlier. My position, and I'll just summarize, is I don't think more bans is good. I think it doesn't fix the problem that people have. If they think the defenders are strong, like banning 10 defenders isn't going to fix the issue. It's the core mechanic that's the problem. It doesn't matter how many bans you have. It's not going to delete the core mechanic. Speedsters get rush and boosting first. Defenders get, nitrous when they're behind. Like, we can't change that. I just think crying about, oh, this class is OP. Well, guess what? Just as strong as the characters are, you can use those characters just like the other team can use them. So I think, the more racers, the better. More variety, more strategy. I'd rather have OP battles than weak battles. I don't want to be having like 10 races of Minnie Mouse and King Candy type shit. I feel like why not have, the battle of the fittest type shit. So that's my position. Some people agree, some people disagree. People have different opinions. But yeah. But I guess there's more to that. So Nano, you can expand on some of the stuff.
The thing that I wanted to talk about is a couple of days. Well, this happened yesterday. DT they proposed a rule change, and they, said that their proposed rule change was that
character's going to be used once, and so instead of being able to use the character twice,
going to be used one time. And I'm not gonna lie, man. I fuck with the idea, man. I like the I feel
honestly,
like it'll bring a lot more diversity and stuff.
I think that's a better alternative than increasing the bans. If you limit the characters to one use, that's actually better. So instead of being like, oh, well, they get to use Jasmine 2 times and we'll turn her 2 times, it's like, no, you get to use the character once, and you have to, be more strategic. You don't have to ban. I feel like that solves the problem. I feel like a little bit. So,
well, it can solve certain problems, but defenders are still gonna go like crazy because they have too many. Defenders have the most options.
I mean, unless you wanted to just ban defenders out of the game, like, it is what it is type stuff.
Listen now, okay, so I'm gonna get to what I'm gonna get to.
Ooh,
now, here's the thing.
That just gave me an idea.
A lot of people, like only 3 people voted change. It was me, Young Link, and Hitsuyaga. And literally everybody else said, "Fuck all that. We ain't."
Wow. They want their crutches.
Use one.
They said, "I want to use Shang 3 times." That's what they said. Okay.
they want their options. They want their options. People want to be able to use the strong character. So I don't got a problem with it. Now here's the thing. Tyapp came up with an idea that I heard nobody talk about, and I apologize if somebody did bring it up before, but I just noticed it now, and I thought it was interesting, and it can be extremely controversial because, like every other ban, every other rule change that has to do with the bans, it's extremely controversial, and Tyapp said we should just do away with all of the ban limits. So that means there would be no limitations on how much you would still have like a certain amount of bans you could do, but there would be no class limitation. Yeah. So like let's say you got like I don't know how many bands.
I know you can have like 10 bands, right?
Yeah, let's say we have 10 bands.
That'd be like banning 10 brawlers.
7-year bans can be on defenders. And vice versa. Somebody could be like, man, let's get these brawlers out of here, man. I'm banning all 10 brawlers.
I mean, there still has to. I feel like the issue is if you ban so many, like a brawler class, like let's say one team is like, yeah, let's ban 8 brawlers, and then you're only left with like 2. Like whoever's on brawlers still needs characters to race on. So I feel like
the idea. So
like it's a 3v3 that week.
Well, the thing is however many brawlers you have left. So let's say all of the brawlers get, or majority of the like at max, let's say both teams decide to ban all brawlers, right? And everybody pick, none of the teams pick the same brawlers. So like brawlers are like shot, right? The remaining brawlers that are left, once you use however many brawlers there are, if there's no more, then you would reset and you stay with those same brawlers.
So let's say
reusing them.
10 teams or 2 teams, they have 10 bans. Both teams use all 10 bans on brawlers, and the only character that's left is Minnie Mouse. So that means that person just has to use Minnie Mouse for the whole matchup for all 10 races.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Nope.
I had
but majority of the times that won't happen. That's just that's just an example.
I said Caleb left.
That's if every ban was basically different. Like one team picked a separate, like one team picked 10 brawlers that were different from the other team that picked 10 different brawlers. So 20 brawlers are picked, but they're all different, and that's just super unlikely.
Yeah, and
One could
what
be.
team is gonna ban 10 brawlers? Like,
Someone might ban 10 defenders.
I feel like a lot of people will probably ban 10 defenders, or at the very least, I could see 6 to 8 defenders being banned for certain teams.
They're gonna be real mad when they ban 6 to 8 defenders, and the defenders are still scoring the most points.
I mean, it could
It
be
depends on which defenders are left.
that too. I mean, they do have the most options, but
You
I mean,
think
it's
Felix
so
Jungle wins?
far, it's the only way the only rule that I've seen that would legitimately possibly even the playing field with defenders. Because let's say both teams aimed at defenders, you could take out a decent amount of defenders, and then now they might not be as you could be in the fray with everyone else.
Just left with characters like Eve or something.
Pretty much. I mean, Jumba, Jumba ain't
like
doing
that.
as hot as he used to. I ain't gonna lie, I fuck with it, man.
It's different opinion. It's different sides of the coin. I'm on the other side. I feel like having more options and being able to use more fun racers. I don't like the idea of like, oh, there's only 2 options to choose from, and they're all the shitty racers, and that's all I had to choose from. And every single week to week, that's whoever.
I mean, but that's not gonna be more times than not. Usually, that's not gonna be the case.
Yeah, I like
what I
variety.
said to you was an extreme example.
Yeah, that's extreme. And I know it probably won't happen most of the time because there's still strong racers on other classes like Speedster, Trickster, so on and so forth. But I think the more racers, the better. I like if there's like going forward in divisions. I feel like if there's more characters to choose from, where every race looks different and every person, like, because right now we have a lot of mirror matches where people choose the same racers because that's all that's available. I think it'd be better if it's like we get to a point, there's so many racers that you can choose like 3 or 4 different racers on one map or something like that, where you don't feel like,
that's gonna last. Like, when does that point come?
I mean, shoot, like coming up, like what are we is it 14 coming up?
I think we're season 14 or 13.
Yeah, so that's 14 different franchises of characters to choose from. I think that'd be we're starting to get a good roster going.
I still feel like
Not if we're only
use a
getting
lot of
3
the same
characters a
races.
season.
Yeah, not with that.
That also
But
fucks with it too.
that's what I'm saying. Bans play into that. If we're getting less characters and then we're getting more bans, that just means we're going to end up having less characters to choose from each week, and we end up just playing the same characters over and over. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that increases
rule,
the.
You wouldn't be getting more bans though. It's the same bans. It's just there's no limitations on what class you could ban.
I mean, if it's the same bans and we're not increasing bans, then maybe I could see that, taking away limitations. Because then, hey, okay, you want to ban or use all your bans on defenders? Guess what? The tricksters are now going to go crazy. So that's fine with me. But I don't.
Pretty much.
I just don't want them to increase the number of bans. But hey, taking off limitations, that's fine. It'd be interesting to see how that works.
I like the idea, man. I like the idea.
That means they're gonna be target banning. Like, let's say they're like, oh man, like, hey, he's good on Speedster. We're gonna ban every Speedster. Like, oh, he's good on. Like, people gonna do that. People gonna do that. They're like, all right, we banning Jasmine, Will Turner, Sam, Cruella, Jack.
But is that smart though, compared to?
That's not smart.
Like, it's just not. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that only works for a team dynamic where like Manji's the only good player. We're gonna target the class that Manji's gonna be using this entire race.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to like you're doing it to a team like I don't even know, like the Dons were like last season, like you ban a whole class, but like all the Dons can play on every other class.
Yeah, basically people have to be more versatile. They can't, because if they're just relying on a class and that class is getting all the bans on them, then yeah, they could get screwed. But
yeah.
But yeah,
I don't know.
That's kind of my position.
I like that
but...
idea. I like the idea, man. I think a lot of people, I don't really share the same, like, I feel like a lot of people in divisions, they're scared of not having options and their options not being the fun to play and, you know, performing bad. But me, I don't give a fuck, bro. 'Cause at the end of the day, I'm racing against the same, you know, the players with the same limitations. So I don't care if I'm using Donald on jungle. Shit, I'm gonna race and try to beat the other Donald. But that's just me. But I know I'm not just. I don't share the same viewpoints as everybody else.
Yeah, no, I think it's valid. I get it because if you using like because there's scrub amplifiers, and basically you're saying that you know at the high level you're okay with racing against another team on characters that aren't scrub amplifiers, and then really you have to rely more on your skill versus the character being OP. So I get that aspect, but there's also like I feel like you know the fun aspect, or there could be OP battle because you still have to be the better racer on the character that's stronger. Because you know like sometimes you see like Fast and Fam like maybe there's one race and somebody gets first place with Jasmine and somebody gets last place with Jasmine. You know, that's still going to happen. So even if you have strong racers that are available, there's still going to be like a skill expression.
Oh no, there definitely is. I'm just saying a lot of people are just, you know, they just don't want to use weaker characters.
Yeah.
You know, people have more fun with the stronger characters. You know, they feel like they could probably contribute a lot more being on a stronger character, which makes sense. But, you know, I'm saying for me personally, it doesn't matter if I'm on a weak or strong character. Like, I'm going to race regardless.
Yeah. Because that's kind of how it is with whenever you're in like the World Cup or divisions finals and there's 20 races, then yeah, you have to race with those weaker characters and stuff. You can't just rely.
But I mean that's my opinion. But I mean, I guess
you know, all the other quiet people. What do y'all think?
Yeah, me and Caleb been talking. Like what?
I
like what's y'all?
I don't mind if we're all gonna race with like King and shit or Minnie Mouse, because at that point, you know, it gives shine to racers like Minnie Mouse. But I get where Caleb is coming from as well. You don't want to just have a race where every person is using like the weakest racer the entire time. I mean, but at that point, Caleb, I think if everyone's on the weakest characters per class per se, I mean, you're still getting a good race because all the races are at that point are all relative to one another.
Hey, like the example I say, yeah, let's have a Dragon Ball Z Sparkling tournament. You can't use Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo. You can only use the Cyberman, Yamcha, and Mr. Satan, and see who the best player is off of those weak characters. Like that's kind of the equivalent. But you know, I feel like you know you should be able to use the strong characters like Goku and Beerus and Jiren. You know, I'm just using an example. Or Naruto. Some of y'all play Ninja Storm. Imagine having a Ninja Storm tournament. You can't use Naruto or Sasuke or you know Jiraiya. You can only use freaking Kid Soccer or something. You know, it's at some point you gotta
to play devil's advocate to you, Caleb. It's all perspective based as well, because the characters that you may find fun may also just happen to be the meta characters that are the strongest. While some other people like me, I find the funnest characters like King Candy and Mulan. They're slow as shit, but they're still the funnest. So if I was susceptible to just racing them, I wouldn't be mad necessarily.
Yeah.
So it is like subjective to the like player themselves.
Yeah, that's
if
true.
They're gonna enjoy it.
I just my thing is this game is called Speedstorm, so I want to go fast. So I don't want to ban all the fast characters, and then we're playing slow storm tournaments. But you know, just an opinion.
I feel you. I mean, Wolf said
if Game Loft actually balanced the game right. Just saying.
Man, it's too late for them niggas, man. They ain't balancing shit right, man.
Niggas up.
Epic Game, save us. Save us.
Oh, man. I mean, shit. Wolf said he could race any character, which I think he can. He definitely got the talent. He said he just wants to use he just wants to have fun with the characters he uses. So, I can understand the perspective, man. I can understand it, but for me, just give me any racer that's available, and I'm gonna make lemon. I'm gonna make, what they say, make lemonade out of lemons. Yeah.
Oh, like
So
that.
I mean, I like certain ideas that they're throwing around. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to limiting one racer per track. I mean, we have so many racers, collectively. We're at the 100 mark right now, or about to get there. If you're doing 10 tracks, one racer track, there's still only 10 racers. I don't think you're ever gonna run out unless you don't have them unlocked, and that's very, very slim unless you're a new player.
Yeah, pretty much. A majority of the people who are in divisions have at least a majority of the roster.
And I feel like one racer per track also gives it more of the competitive feel, because now you got to strategize to get your perfect pick for every track, because now you can't be like, oh, I can use that same racer on a different track. No, you only can use that racer on that one track.
Yep.
Yeah, I think strategy will play a big part into that, actually, because even if certain people don't have like racers, it's like, okay, you can't play this map because we need this racer. So it's gonna force the teams to actually think outside the box, switch some shit up. I think it'll be actually really cool, and it'll be balanced. I mean, as far as when I look at divisions is like the place where you go to compete for skill, not like based off the actual racer themselves, but the player. That's how I see it, at least.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I like tournaments where you don't have to, that you can use like one racer per track. Like, that's why I fuck with KH's tournaments, because his tournament is always a different racer every single track, a different princess. So you gotta like literally strategize of what princess you're gonna use, and then you're gonna know the track right then and there. So like you literally gotta think on the fly.
And then let's say you use a certain racer, and let's say you get 7th place. It's like, damn, now you can't use that racer. So you got to be strategic. Maybe if everybody's using Ariel, you choose another character, or you just have to battle it out with the Ariels. I kind of like that. Yeah. So
it's like you wait out their pick.
Or you can use your strong racers for the end, or you can start early. So yeah, I like the one use. It makes it interesting.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of like company battle, where you have those 3 racers all game, but you can switch between them.
Well, yeah, once you lose,
depending on like who you're fighting against. And you're like, all right, I see what you're working with. Let me go ahead and whip out this racer. They could better combat it. It's like it actually makes it skillful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess well, how about you, Miss Shy? Like, what do you feel about the topic at hand?
I mean, I think that there's valid points all the way around. I kind of have to agree with the fact that like skill is skill, and we just gotta if you're trying to prove to other people that you're good, you should be able to race with any character, right? But I don't really know about the banning of all like of the class necessarily, because like that would be targeting. And just if I'm looking at it from a captain perspective, like I would probably never do that, even if there was only one good player on the team, because hypothetically they could just say, okay, well, they tried to target, I think someone brought up earlier, like, was it Manji or was it somebody else? Yeah. Target them. Well, they could just go to another class,
Yep, they're good enough. They can play any class.
Yeah, exactly. So that really doesn't make sense for like strategizing perspectives. So again, it's probably like never going to happen. But I don't know, like there seems to be some sort of fairness when there's like a limit to bans, I think, per class. Because, meta is meta, and there's like a couple different ones on each class. So it just gives it more accessibility to the other team to use meta and take advantage of that situation. And if they're at a higher skill, you know, like they're going to beat the bad players that are on the meta anyway, you know? So I don't know. I kind of think that if we did put it into play, it would work, but I don't see how, if you're a respectfully like smart captain, that you would ever kind of like put 10 bans on one class. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense to me.
I feel you. I could definitely see defenders getting 10 though. Out of all
I
the
could too, yeah.
classes.
Yeah. And my thing is, they're gonna ban 10, and defenders are still gonna get 70 points, so it's not gonna change anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
I mean, it kind of depends, because if you ban 10 and then the other team, you know, bans like 5 or 6 different ones, I think depending on the maps, I definitely think defenders could get hampered. And because usually right now when we ban defenders, we can only ban up to 4. So I feel like that would actually make a big difference.
I could see that.
But that's just my
Definitely.
opinion, though.
Yeah, I mean, defenders is a broken class. You can ban a whole bunch of them, and there's still so many good picks. Like when they were talking about those rules, I was like, I mean, you know, defender. I mean, the whole point of everybody talking about this rule is the fact that defenders have so many broken racers. But I don't think they're realizing that they're trying to, you know, alienate one class, but these rule changes will technically hurt the other ones more than their main point, which is to cripple defenders. Which is why I said class based, then to ban more defenders, you know, that way, you know, you can balance out the defender class without having to ban multiple brawlers, spacers, and tricksters, because, you know, they don't have many good racers in their arsenal compared to what defender has, and that will solve the problem that everybody always, you know, complains about, is that defender, there's too many strong defenders.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I would be for the specific class ban limits, but unfortunately that is also a controversial topic, because you got some people that feel like everybody should have the same limits across the board, even though the classes aren't, you know, on the same power level. Some people feel like defenders should have the most ban limits, but like speedster should have less bans than trickster, or vice versa and stuff. And even that's a discrepancy in its own self. So it's like multiple different like arguments going on within the whole ban limitation thing.
Is this still up to vote?
Nah, man, that shit's dumb, bro. Like,
yeah,
people voted against the one ban thing. People voted against like characters.
The limitation.
Yeah, like everything that got brought up in terms of the bans, people just ended up voting for everything to stay the same.
Okay.
I got 2 ideas that I think are very dumb, but they cooked up in my head, and I want to share them with you. And the first one is, what if we just ban brawlers altogether, and then make it 2 defenders, a trickster and a speedster? And then the other option was, why not make each track class dependent? Team full of tricksters, team full of speedsters, team full of brawlers, etc. To mix it up. Just wanted to share that with y'all. I like the first idea.
So, okay, at least in my opinion, I like the second idea better, because I still want brawlers to be a part. I don't want brawlers to just be non-existent for competitive play.
Right.
Because they still have fire characters. So, you know, I still want to see them go crazy. You know, I like seeing people run Calhoun and Mr. Incredible, and, you know, Ralph and stuff like that. Beast.
You know, that's not a bad
Plus, it's
idea,
a-
Goblin. I like Goblin's little idea. He said, why not force people to play one of each of the 4 classes? So that means out of those 10 races, you have to at least play one of each class.
I mean, that's up to like the team though. Like,
No,
I don't
no,
want to
as
say
a rule, like as in like every race, you know, you as the racer has to race with the defender, brawler, speedster, trickster, you know, at least once.
because so the reason why I don't want to do that is because like I don't know. Like I like the fact that we could choose who's gonna be on what class at
It definitely
any given
limits
time.
like our ability to have flexibility in our team planning and scheduling. I think I think
Yeah,
it puts more limitations on how we can form our team and how we can create a roster. It creates potential confusion for subs because like let's say someone subs in for half the race, right? Then does that mean that they have to play alternating classes now that they're officially in the race? What if they're only in there for 2 races? You know, like I think that would really make it confusing.
Oh,
Yeah,
you put it
I
that
could
way,
agree
that
with
might
that.
sound confusing.
Yeah.
My thought process was just the skill aspect because not everybody likes to play every class. I mean, this division is all about competitive and, you know, skill based. I feel like that would be great because it forces people to, you know, get out of their comfort zone. And that's a whole point
Right.
of you know, competition is to get out of your comfort zone.
Sure. I mean, I get what you're saying. I just think like in the grand scheme of things, like because there's 6 players on a team, like it would get very confusing with like substitutions, and I think it would get very like we'd have to like look at the rule book like constantly while we're playing to make sure that we initiated a sub correctly, that they're playing the right class, and then like I think that could maybe work if you had 4 players on a team. Like that would work better because there's no substitutions and things like that. But at least from a captain's perspective, I think like that would get really tricky on our end, especially if we don't have certain people on the roster playing like on a certain weekend, like they're sitting out. But then let's say we have all 6 the next weekend, you know, like that would be a little tricky, I think. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, it would. I feel like my thought process would be like, I guess as long as the 4 racers do it, you know what I'm saying. Even if yes, substitution, it doesn't matter because they're gonna play that class type of deal. Like, yeah.
What do you mean?
Like, as long as the main 4, I mean, because you only could substitute like what, like twice out of the whole 10 races.
no, you have unlimited substitutions now.
Oh, okay, so it's unlimited. So okay, I mean, that wouldn't make. I mean, but at that point, you can use those substitutions to, you know, like you said, you know, people might not like to play a certain class. You can use a substitution for that scenario type of deal. Like there's
Okay, well
multiple
then,
ways
like-
you can go about that to not make
Sure.
it as confusing.
Okay, you said
I just like the whole competitive aspect. Like, okay, you're playing divisions because you want to play against the best, you know, but you also want to prove that you're the best. Only way you're gonna do that is to actually show people that you can play multiple racers and multiple classes, not just stick to one class and that's it.
I agree with what you're saying to that extent, like being able to show people how to do that. However, like you said, let's say the main 4, you know, are making sure that we're playing all those classes. Let's say you've got 2 main guys running defender and tricksters, and then you've got 4 other people on the roster that 5 of them run brawler, or excuse me, one person runs 5 brawler, the next person runs 5 brawler, the other person runs 5 speedster, the 4th person runs 5 speedster. How do you determine which are the other 2 main guys in the 4 people that did 5 laps or 5 races? You know what I'm saying? Like you can't determine that because they played a certain amount equivalent, you know, but the other two people played the whole 10 racers. So you can't really determine that. But I hear what you're saying. However, I think that's kind of up to the player. Like if the player says, okay, I'm going to play brawlers this race and show people that I'm the best on brawlers. And then like next week, I'm going to play defenders this week and show people that I'm really good on defender. And I think that's how you can showcase your skill, not necessarily every single race and every single match that you play, you're going to show that like you're the best. You know, I think it's about consistency over like the weeks and stuff that you have, not necessarily the consistency over one game and one match, personally. But those are just my thoughts on it. I could be very wrong, but
Yeah, no, I got to see your point on it. I could definitely get messy with substitutions, and I think that would be like the main issue is just there's more than just 4 players, and I think that would be the reason why that wouldn't really work.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's like so many different like when it comes to like the banning thing. The crazy thing is like depending on how you go about banning can affect things like a lot. So I could really understand like why there's a lot of controversy when it comes to, you know, how banning should work, should classes have limits or, you know, whatnot. But, you know, it's I think for now, at least for the remainder of this season, things are going to stay the same. So we'll just have to wait and see if anything gets changed for next season. So I guess the other thing, I don't know if you guys have anything else you want to add towards the subject?
No.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
No, I think we pretty much covered
I
everything.
said everything.
Okay. Well, I guess the next thing we could talk about
was the World Cup.
Yeah, the thing that Lissy was talking to me about.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if
I think it's funny that you pronounce his name like that, Nano.
How is it pronounced? Let us know.
Nalissa.
I mean, I hear
Nalissa.
Nalissa.
They know
That is how you pronounce his name. That is how you pronounce his name.
Okay.
Nalissa.
Nalissa?
Nalissa. Mm-hmm.
What? I would never guess that. I was like, where's the
I
A?
ain't never heard nobody say that before.
That is how you pronounce it. Quote me.
Everybody I hear say Nelisi.
Because he doesn't correct anybody.
I mean,
Because he doesn't correct
I think
anybody.
he like it.
Yeah, you probably like it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you look at his name though, like, and you try to pronounce it, like, you know, like the way you just said it, I was like, dude, where's the A? You know what I'm saying? But like,
In my whole Speedstorm career, I have not heard not one person say his name like that. And you telling me
I say it like that all the time.
this is how his name is?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Bro, Cedric
That's
is
probably
like
how.
his
That's probably how
twin brother. Cedric is his twin brother. He don't even
Listen,
call
I'm
him that. Bro.
I'm gonna be so for real. Like
Big
they
Captain,
are
bro.
way too nice to correct y'all. But I'm telling you, it's Nalissa. And I could be saying it just a tad bit wrong from my English accent. But
Yo, Crush is like, wait, I've been saying it wrong for 2 straight years. Apparently, we all been saying it wrong.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't say anything, bro.
Hey, I apologize.
damn, I mean, 2 years is crazy. Like, we all been saying this man's name wrong for 2 years, and he has
y'all
not
ask
said
him.
one
Y'all,
word.
And
y'all
he never
fact check
said
me.
nothing.
Fact check me.
Man.
Y'all fact check
Yeah,
me.
at this point, we're
That's
just saying now
crazy.
and just be done with that. No, that's it.
I'm saying Nelisi until he tells me otherwise, bro.
Nano's like, I ain't switching up.
Because he ain't saying this wrong. Like, I don't know. Like, if he's like, my name is Nelissa.
Yo, Katie, that's fact.
Then I'll swap.
What did Katie say?
He was in the podcast and he didn't say nothing about it.
No, I didn't say.
That's wild, bro.
Bro, I'm telling you though. I'm telling you that is his name. I promise.
And he told you that?
Yes, he did.
No, man, this man straight.
Because I have asked before. Because I remember it was a whole thing because I used to call him when the very first time I met him. I accidentally called him Nestle. Like that's where the joke comes from of Nestle Toll House. You know, like that's the whole joke. And he's like, no, it's actually pronounced Nelissa. I was like, oh, okay.
What if he's actually playing with you? What if that's not?
Yo, what if he says it's actually Nelissa?
It might be. If he's just playing with me and he's gaslighting me, I will hate myself forever. But at least, but Sed has also confirmed it for me, so I don't know.
He probably in on that joke.
Yo, so Cedric confirms it, and he still calls him Nelissa.
Sed doesn't call him Nelissa. I think he does it for fun.
I mean, you butcher my name. You call me Khalid.
I'm mindfucked. Just like he said, Shy got everybody mindfucked right now. That's crazy.
My bad, y'all.
Drop a bombshell like that.
Nelissa.
It's Dutch.
Got me fucked.
Yeah, different language. I guess it's like pronouncing the E different because let's see versus E does make an sound.
God says what language is Nelissa?
No,
like what
Dutch.
nationality? Dutch, yeah.
Dutch. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so actually he might be telling the truth.
Well, listen, next time we got Nell in the presence, we'll
confront him.
Oh yeah, I'm about to.
We'll confront him, and then
I'm going to the chat. That's what I'm saying.
Yo, we're gonna be like, yo, if this is your name, we're never calling you Melissa again. Yo, he probably just thinks his name is Melissa now.
He probably likes it.
Yeah,
maybe.
It's my name.
We're gonna get a message from him on the Speedstorm Divisions Discord. But I heard the podcast. And by the way, yes, Shy's right.
Please, Cedric, if you get to this part, confirm that with me, and I will tell everybody that your name is Nelissa, and I will never call you Nelissa again, bro. Even though I like that name better. But...
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if I can call him. I don't know if I can call him Nelissa. I don't know.
He said it's not his name. If his name not Nelissa, then we gotta call him by his name.
I'm gonna catch myself fucking up because I'm gonna get wanting to call him Nelissa.
If his name ain't Nelissa, I'm gonna call him Nelly.
Nelly?
Nell. That's it. Nell,
I mean,
from
that'd
now
be...
on, could be called now. That's
it. I'm gonna call him Nelly.
Don't worry, Nelissa. I'll call you by your name.
Dang, there you go, Nano.
I'm calling him Nelly. Like the singer.
I was once told by Nell. He said that he thinks that people that call him Nell are just lazy.
That is fact.
Nah, there ain't nothing wrong with it.
I know.
Hold on. Listen, there ain't nothing wrong with calling somebody by a short name, man.
I know. He might have been kidding about that one, but he did say that. He did say that at one point.
I'm gonna stop calling you Shy and start calling you Shenanigans.
Yeah,
gotta say the whole word.
He probably saying that because
I'll be saying Miss Shenanigans.
I know. I think Nell is fine, but
yeah,
I'm gonna start calling you Nano Blaster instead of Nano. Nano Blaster.
Listen, I used to have people call me Blaster before.
Oh,
it's kind of
I called you Blaster before.
He be blasting the sugar walls. This nigga.
Uh-huh.
And I'll be shooting up the club.
Yeah. That's where he got the nickname.
That's crazy. Like, huh?
See, now I'm proclaiming your name out here to everybody. I'm sticking up for you right now. Correcting
Y'all better
everybody
be
on the
adding
spot.
WG. Yo, we gotta. Yo, every time we say Crusher, you gotta say WG. Yo, Crusher, what does
That's how I
WG
used to say
stand
his name.
for?
too.
I think
What
that's his
does
like
WG
clan.
stand for?
I forget what
What does
the
the
clan
clan
stands
You know what's
for.
funny?
World's greatest.
You know what's
World's
funny about
greatest
One Wing Angel? If people either call him Wing Angel or One Wing, they never say the whole thing.
They
Hold on,
never
who
do,
call him
bro.
Wayne?
They
They
never.
call
One
him
Wing
Wayne.
Angel.
At this point, half of Twitch just calls me Poppy. At this point, they don't even call
Poppy
me by my actual
Angel,
name.
One Wing. I don't call you
OWA.
Poppy.
The easiest way.
I don't roll that way.
Fucking Absent calls me Poppy. Like that. I don't think he
call
calls
him
me
that.
Angel. He just says, "Yo, what's up, Poppy?"
I call him Primo though.
Bruh, I called
call
you
him
Poppy
Primo.
since day one. You know. That's what I gave.
Whoa, WG stands for Wayne Gretzky.
Okay,
Wayne
you're a
Gretzky Crusher?
fan? I see you.
Ain't that his real name?
Wayne Gretzky, the Goat Crusher. Ain't that whose real name?
Crushers.
Nah, that's a hockey
He got a
player,
whole
man.
clan that got his name as the Tech clan.
He said, "No, I'm fucking with that." No, I
you
see
know,
that in
he
his
s-
profile.
he said that.
White
It's
girl.
a white girl. Oh man, white girl.
White girl
Oh, white-
Crusher. He's like Shannon Sharp. He's he like the Snow Bunnies.
Say, man. And Shynanigans, you better watch out, man.
Bruh.
Uh-oh.
Wait,
You
wait, are
did
calling
not.
Shy a
White
snow
girl,
bunny?
wait, shit.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Yo, I did not know
Yeah, out of
that. That
pocket.
is crazy.
Nah, I'm not a hippity hoppity rabbit. I'm not trying to be all like that.
Damn, hippity hoppity rabbit is crazy.
Oh my gosh. Damn. That's insane, bruh. So Crusher's clan is a white girl.
It's not.
and-
It's not. He's just trolling you right now. It's definitely not.
World's greatest. It's world's greatest Crusher.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he being serious or not.
That's what
Oh,
he told me during the World Cup.
I'm
it's world's
actually
greatest.
I'm actually a part of a Mario Kart clan. It's called Team Shine Sprites from like Mario Sunshine. And we used to
that's
race
pretty
against
dope.
people. Yeah. And we would go by TSS. So like on my Nintendo Switch, I have like TSS BlackFlash or whatever.
Okay, okay.
Said it,
You was
Caleb,
on
yeah.
a team, okay.
I thought you were gonna say
Yeah.
you was part of the 5-star generals.
No, that's you.
That's
I
definitely
already told you I ain't a general. I'm either a king or I'm a op. So
Or a op.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, all right, man. I mean, I guess we could start talking about the Nelissa stuff. So,
All right, let's do it.
Mr. I think I put I'm
I
pretty
got
sure
him.
I put
I got
the
him.
message. Yeah, because he said a lot. So,
Man. All right. So this is the message from Nell. Nell.
Can't read
Lazy.
it. How blurry.
Lazy, yeah.
Now, Lisa. Oh my god.
Whoa. Okay.
There it is.
Can you read? Can someone read it out loud?
Oh, I was waiting. I don't know if Nana wanted to read it out loud. If you wanted me to read it out loud.
oh no, you can read it, Angel. It'll be easier for you since you're actually the one controlling it.
Got you. All right. So this says, and I quote.
Oh no, you can read it, Angel.
Why am I echoing?
Huh?
Whoa, did y'all hear that? Am I tripping?
I did hear that.
Somebody got the stream loud. So Nelissa says, "Hello, Mr. Nano. I've listened to the World Cup survey segment of the podcast with great interest. Gives a good idea of people's thought process. I've also heard the panel's feeling on a World Cup show. I've attached the votes of the survey to the question. I thought it would be a cool idea to have some kind of collab, but of course you guys are free to just continue with the podcast separated from the official coverage. FYI, I haven't talked to the other hosts about how to implement a show into the World Cup, so this is just me exploring what options we'll have early on. What I'm thinking is the following. The shows will be live, broadcasted on Twitch with the VOD available for people to watch later. 2, the shows will take place during the weekend. This way we reach the broadest of audiences. The exact time and day will be announced as soon as all the matches for that week have a time and day set. We do not want the show to intervene with the match being played. Ideally, the show is at the end of all the matches and or before all the matches, but how the teams schedule their matches can potentially stop us from doing so. We'll have a different panel every week. Wait, I lost track. Hold on. Oh, here you go. We have a panel every week depending on who of the casters, and if you want to collab, who of you guys is available to do the show at that time, and maybe some of you would like to become a caster for the World Cup too. You can always look into that. We also want to do one show per week. I thought it was Sammy that thought we'd do a whole show before and after every match. That, of course, is undoable. We invite relevant captains, players for that week and interview them during the show. Try to deep dive into every match like you and Sammy did last year, and teams and players like it when they are mentioned. I heard you mention it is a lot of work to take notes during almost every match, but with a broad team of casters, this should be doable. When he showed the chart of the answers for the World Cup survey question on the World Cup survey. We are pretty far with the World Cup rule book. I hope we can release it right after the final of the current division season. There will be. That's not it. Okay, so it's this one. No.
Yo, did they just pull a Thanos?
Okay.
They basically said, Sammy not coming out with interviews? Fine, I'll do it myself.
There will definitely be some controversial rules in there, especially when it comes to the sign-up phase. I am personally planning to not join the World Cup as a player, but focus purely on the hosting and casting side of things. Also for the fact I think a neutral host that doesn't play will be important for the sign-up phase, which could become quite a nightmare this time around with multiple tournaments and having to puzzle all players in such a way we have as many teams and players playing. Some scopes for the podcast, there will be an A and B team for the big nations, more than likely not for regions. If a nation's team isn't full of players from that nation, we'll have to join that nation. I heard you weren't a fan of that. Many of the surveys are, and I think that's mainly because of the Germany situation last year. There was a German team that decided to quit when South and Maxi joined Europe instead of Germany. We want to avoid people making OP teams together at the expense of less teams. Same with like a Benelux set, and Doobie would probably go into Belgium this time around.
Okay.
And last but not least, we'll host tournaments for nations with more than 16 players signed up. With less than 16, we hope people can agree together on who plays for Team A and who plays for Team B. If not, we'll host tourneys for that too. At the start of August, we open region team channels with the host puzzling players not on the team yet into as many region teams as possible. This may lead to some players being forced into a specific region that they will have to play for, but this also will lead into as many players and teams playing, which is our main focus this time around. Every player on a team will have to be allowed to play at least 10 races, one match during the first phase of the World Cup to avoid players being completely ignored on a team because of their skill level. And Nano said, skim through it. I'll take a full read when I get out of work.
All right. So let's talk about it, man. So, all right. So from everything that was said, so I guess we just asked. So it sounds like people are for us teaming up with the hosts to talk about the matches that happen. So
Sounds valid.
yeah, I'll be down for that. I'll be down for that. And like Nell said, when me and Sammy was doing it, it was fun, but that shit was not easy, bro. Because that means we had to watch every match, and we had to talk about every match, and you know, we tried our best. And I feel like we did a good job, but there were even still some people that didn't like how we was doing certain things. And, you know, some people made it known that they didn't like how we didn't talk about certain things in their match. You know, we're not going to name any names, but
You're not gonna
it
say the
definitely...
I get the perspective. I think it's cool if more people are involved, so it spreads out the load, because it's just a lot of work. Because the way when we started, I think this podcast, I used to do like some highlights and show like some video clips of the match. You know, I might take like a little clip from Twitch or YouTube, and then, you know, when we talk about the match, I'll put it up. But that takes work because one, you have to watch a whole hour match, and then you have to find the highlight, and you have to clip it and then download it, and then you have to watch another match that's another hour. So it's just very time consuming, and it's a lot of work. So, you know, sometimes people can't cover everything, and I get it, because I know there's like a certain moment, so maybe just like a race where like a clutch moment happens and nobody's talking about it or covering it, just like, oh, you know, you scored 115, they scored 118, but then what they're not talking about is like the highlights of the match. So I get that perspective, but at the end of the day, you know, it's a workload. So who, you know, so sometimes people can't do all of that, especially if they're competing too.
Yeah, but not only that, but people got to understand, if you're streaming the match, like, you have a higher chance of people able to see your
another point.
Your perspective. The majority of the people that play in divisions do not stream.
That's
so
true.
it will be harder to, you know, kind of say maybe something that was clutch on their end. The most we could do is say, damn, they've been going crazy, getting like top 3 like every match or something. They like save their team or something like that. Like,
That's
we wouldn't
true.
be able to do like anything specific. But
There's no video trail,
you know,
to even look at the highlight. Yeah,
pretty much. So I mean, I don't know. Sammy, how do you feel about the whole thing?
I mean, when we did it, I didn't mind it. It was a lot of work having to take notes for every race like we did back then. The issue I ran into early, like when we decided how we wanted to do the format, was how I was going to get the clips to like put it on my videos for us to cover them, because the VODs weren't even there half the time, or even downloading a whole VOD was like over several gigs, and then having to do that for multiple races was just way too much work.
Hey, that's a good point. Yeah, a lot of people stream and they don't know the setting to turn on VODs. Once they stream, just like the whole VOD is gone and people can't watch. Like once they go offline, the video's over. So that's
Not even
also
that.
an issue.
One of the biggest problems too we ran into, I remember, Nano, was sometimes there was a host covering a match, and then, you know, they would stream it, but then once the stream was done, you couldn't go back to the VOD, so we had no information on some races.
Pretty much. Like,
Well, I
it's
think
a lot of different things that came into play.
I think the host of the tournaments getting involved with this, I think, is a good thing overall, because end of the day, Nano and Sammy aren't hosts. You know, they're just, you know, they were just passionate people about it and just wanted to cover it. But I think they give some more structure and the more the merrier type shit.
Nah, I agree, man. I guess hey, Mr. Angel, how you feel about it?
That man's blowing bubbles in his bong. Water.
I guess, Absent, how you feel about it?
Damn.
I guess Absent out of this.
Absent is absent.
I'm back. I just got back. I'm sorry. I'm
my
gonna
bad. My bad.
Look at you can still hear the ball.
Absent, where you at?
Look at him.
Yo, what's up? What did I miss? I'm sorry. I was thirsty.
Yeah, I had to get you some cereal. That's why. I heard y'all. I just couldn't respond.
All right, so Angel, you respond, and then we'll go to Absent.
Nah, so this is for like the World Cup collab and whatnot.
Pretty much, yeah.
Hosting interviews, all that jazz, something like that.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, if the interest is there, I mean, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think it would be fun to actually, you know, talk to certain captains or players from certain matches and get their viewpoints, or even like, you know, highlight what, you know, the game winner, like, you know, race or whatever. Now, like you guys said, I don't know, you know, Sammy and Nano, you said that shit was hard, you know, with a 2-man job. Maybe it might be easier, you know,
Ooh.
with more people, you know, like contributing into the scenario, and you know, like you guys said, people were getting mad that nothing was getting showcased. I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to get clips and stuff if nobody's clipping anything, or you know, there's no clips to get because the VOD's not there. So, you know, getting the footage out there, I think that's probably why we have hosts, because hosts are hosting these games, and usually the hosts do have VODs. So I think, you know, with the better organization with the hosts and making sure every game is broadcasted and the VOD is there, at least would help. So that way, you know, if the other players don't have, you know, the VOD setting, you know, set up, we still have footage of those games from the hosts themselves.
That's facts. That's facts. You know, I mean, from at least, I definitely think having more people would help out a lot, because you know, it was a lot of work with me and Sammy, but I think with a lot more hands on deck, it'll be a lot more manageable. So
Definitely. I could already see like the benefits of like if you designate like a couple jobs to the couple people to do certain things. Like let's say, for example, me and Nano are gonna be talking about the race, and then you have like Angel and Caleb grabbing all the VODs from all the races. It alleviates like me and Nano having to grab VODs for the videos to talk about. Now we don't have to worry about, oh, if we're gonna miss out on any clips that we need for the talking points, because now we have them to display, as opposed to, okay, me and Nano have to do research on all the races, put down notes for the most interesting thing that happens in these matches, or the highlights or the lowlights or anything controversial that happens. Then we got to go back and like grab the whole VOD, or grab different clips and all these other things. Is like it all adds up. So if it's easier with more people, then I think it could be doable. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm actually excited for just to see what they come up with. You know, their perspective of how they want to cover divisions. I'm curious to see what they do. Like, at the end of the day, we're gonna do what we do, but I wouldn't be opposed to, you know, contributing, you know, every now and then if we got time, or you are
Love
free.
to help with that. That sounds hot.
So also,
Ooh,
you know,
that's the
maybe
house hot.
if there's like a hub, maybe people want to post the highlights of the match, they could post it to like a shared Google Drive, or maybe like, I don't know, in the Discord, maybe there's like a separate area for people to post their clips that they want shown or highlighted. I mean, it's just different things we could do. But then again, that's Discord. You have to pay for like posting a certain video size. So but you know, you get the idea. Maybe so there's something shared where people could post their clips or something. I don't know.
yeah, pretty much. But yeah, Absent. I mean, what do you think about the whole thing?
I think it's actually a really dope concept and a really good opportunity. Whether Epic Games acquire Speedstorm or not, each season it's becoming less and less about Speedstorm and more about divisions as people are getting more into it. And I think it'll be really dope to actually be able to interact and kind of be more engaged with divisions, especially for the Crashout podcast, since divisions is such a big ass segment of y'all's. And Speedstorm is going to be mostly division eventually, since it is getting worse and worse as the game goes on. It becomes more of a community thing, you know? So I think that'll be actually really dope. And if y'all need an interview, hit your boy because I'd love to do that. And I have, you know, a good eye for detail. I would love to like actually showcase a lot of racers. I pay attention to a lot of people and how they move. I love giving them ups and celebrate. That'd be hot.
Okay, hey, we gonna have to keep that in mind. I definitely think that's something we could take advantage of.
Absolutely.
Okay. Looking like ESPN.
ESPN.
Yeah, that was my idea.
My first take, man.
Yeah, ESPN first take. That's kind of what I wanted, like, cause you know I do sports shit in real life, sports editing, you know, video editing. So I thought it'd be cool to bring that, but it's just like I said, there's hardware.
I have an idea
time,
for this.
blah blah blah. But yeah,
I'm definitely Stephen
I
A.
have an idea for this already. This is the content creator in me already. like planning
North
this out,
Carolina ain't that
guys.
far.
Look, I think with this like World Cup recap of matches and stuff, like I can explain this, but to put it in perspective, or for somebody to do this, I don't know who's really good at graphics or stuff like that, but do like a newscast type of like overlay and like effects. So when the games are done and you're gonna do the show, you can pop the overlay with the the game coverage like a ESPN or something like that to make it look official. You know what I'm saying? Especially if there's people that are covering it use a camera, so they can literally be like in like a seat per se. You know what I'm saying? Like a panelist.
Dang, you trying to force people to do a face reveal? That's why.
No, I'm just saying. No, you don't have to, because you can just put their picture above that. You know what I'm saying? But like,
It sounds
the
like,
ones that do
what's
want
it
to do
called?
the camera, they can.
Who was the French caster from the World Cup last season again?
Dothrakis? I mean, yeah, Dothrakis.
Yeah, sounds like Dothrakis. Yeah, sounds like a lot what he was doing during the World Cup, kind of. But instead of like
the language barrier.
yeah, like he had the overlay looking like it was a sports.
Oh
match.
yeah, Dothrakis shit was fire, bro. Like that shit felt like we was gonna enter a soccer tournament or something.
Right? Sounds like Dothrakis is the guy that can set that up. That's what it sounds like.
Angel saying that like he not the biggest host in the scene. You better get you a freaking fucking overlay, my nigga. No,
Dothrakis shit was
but
like
I think
lit
it could.
though. Like he would have
Yeah,
it
he
to
had
where
like
he would
four
like
screens up.
Bro, he would announce the
Commentating.
players, and it would sound so like echoey, like he was in a stadium using one of those loud phone speaker things. It was crazy.
Like a megaphone.
I will say it wasn't too bad.
You don't even know what he was saying either. We beat about it.
But I do understand French, so it wasn't too bad for me to watch.
Oh yeah, you're Canadian. Yeah, they speak French and Canadian. I said Canadian.
I can speak Spanish too, bro.
That's what I call it.
Trilingual?
I call it Canadian. No lie.
You maple syrup drinking ass.
Oh, maple syrup bacon sound good right now.
Pancake.
So Miss Shy, what do you think about the whole thing?
I think it's a really cool opportunity for y'all. I think it would be a lot of really hard work. So, don't commit to anything that you're not ready to commit for. But I think that it's pretty dope. And I think it's a really cool idea. And I'm excited to see where y'all kind of take it and go with it.
She said, y'all, not me. She said, I'm a viewer.
I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, I would love to do some sort of casting or hosting for them, but I don't know what my part would be in that,
Well, I do know, I think from what Nell was saying and what he sent me, he was saying something about like every week we'd have like a captain come up and like talk to them or interview them or something like that. It's kind of like something me and Sammy had an idea for, but it never really fully came out into fruition because it turns out that that could be a lot of work on top of what we were doing as a two-man army, and not to mention half the people we asked actually weren't for it because of the language barrier or that is another thing. English.
Yeah, that would be a tough thing to overcome.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sure the time zone differences would also be interesting too.
I should look into the captions. The captions that allow different languages. Or are you talking about just in general, like other racers from other countries helping?
Well, I guess I was just more, mainly speaking about like if we were gonna interview like captains from teams.
Oh yeah, because a captain might be from Yugoslavia and they don't speak English, so.
Yep, especially since this is the World Cup, so you definitely gonna have different nations.
I wonder if y'all could create like a list of questions that you would ask every captain just about and had them translated into different things. So that at least you could know how to present that. But then again, you wouldn't be able to understand what they
No.
were saying back. So
Yeah.
that could be difficult, but y'all could always have some sort of translating app as well. It just might be a little awkward, you know.
Yeah, how I don't know how that would translate in like on live real time. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a lot of things you got to consider, man. That's why me and Sammy couldn't even fucking talk to the captains, man. Because one, you had to hunt these niggas down, and two,
Even speak English, so then it was another issue. The ones that you were able to find, half of them couldn't speak English, and you're like, oh shit.
And y'all was about to crash out like Bozzy.
Yeah, I know for a fact Crusher said he'd be down, but I think what happened is that because we didn't interview other captains, we were just like, man, forget it, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we wanted to interview everybody that made the playoffs.
But yeah, I mean, shit, I seen the Lissy streams. I feel like you could do some hosting. Yeah, like I said, I'm curious to see how they do all of this. The official
Melissa.
World Cup coverage. So I'm looking forward.
Okay. I mean, I guess one last thing I did want to ask: how do you? So at the end, Alyssa was talking about how he's gonna be Alyssa until he confirms. But he was talking about how they're probably gonna add a rule. Now, mind you, everything that he sent me, none of that is like set in stone for when the rules come out. So all of that he sent is subject to change. But he did give an idea that they were probably gonna do something where everybody on the team has to do at least 10 races,
10 matches or races?
10 races.
Okay, so one match equivalent.
Yes.
For what?
How do y'all feel? Like, so basically, because some teams might not use a racer because they might feel like they're too weak on the team or will probably hinder the team. So some teams might opt to not have them race, and that can make them feel left out. So Nell was talking about implementing a rule that everybody on the team has to bare minimum do at least 10 races in the tournament.
Say that would be if it's 10 races, maybe, but again, life and crazy things happen and you can't really control all of that, and sometimes people have to pull away or back out. So I'd be curious to see how they would handle that situation.
I think the issue is people not knowing their role. I think people should know there's starters and there's backups, and so if you were backup, you can't expect to start all the time. So
well, I guess that would probably be more of a thing about like racers like feeling left out. Like, so let's say because you brought up Shy, that's actually a great point. But let's say they were available and ready to race, but their team just didn't have faith in them, so they just were very reluctant to have them play. And Alyssa's rule would make it to where they have to find a place to let that racer play and get playing time.
I'm with it. I mean, shit, one race, that ain't nothing. I mean, shit, we had people mad. We gave people 2 races on our team in the World Cup, and people were still mad. So, I'm cool with 1 race. That's fair.
It doesn't even have. It doesn't even have to be like 1 race. It could be like you could have them do 2 races in this round, and then 3 races in the next.
Maybe
round,
like
stuff
those
like
things where like by race 8 you kind of already clinched the match, and you can kind of put your subs in for 2 races, and let's say the regular season is 5 races. That means every single then by the end of the season they would get their 10 races then if they did the last 2 races every match.
So Goblin, so when I don't think they would get penalized. So you do bring up a good point, Goblin. So Goblin said, yeah, what happens if someone gets sick or injured and can't play? Does that disqualify the team automatically? And I don't think it would be like that. Obviously, it would have to be on a case-by-case basis. So I don't think, the hosts are just going to be like, oh, your team got sick and didn't play 10 races in the tournament. You guys are out of here. Like, I think it's probably going to, like, what if the person on the team didn't even care if they played 10 races? Like, it probably factors in if they
Right, but then that
really
punishes the whole team for one person's actions. Like, I don't think that's really fair either. So it's hard to navigate all of that.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that so the mandatory 10 races probably might go into effect if, like, let's say the player actually wanted to race, but the team just wasn't letting them. But let's say if the player didn't care if they did 10 races or not, then Nell and the host probably wouldn't really harp on that much.
Okay.
This makes me think that somebody was on the team and they didn't get to race one match at all or something. So,
I mean, listen, it's a lot of teams, and people got their own problems, man. It's definitely a possibility.
How many teams that we've seen so far in divisions just blow up? It's a possibility.
could be, like I said, I have no issue with it. Like 10 races is equivalent of one match. I think that's fair.
Yeah, pretty much, Crusher. Basically, if somebody wanted to race, but it felt like the requirement wasn't gonna get met that season, they could just be like, "Listen, y'all, I wanted the right race. Like, y'all gotta put me in the race this time," and then they would have to be forced to give them playing time. Pretty much, Crusher. They could just, go to the host and snitch.
Damn, you made it sound like that. Shit.
I know from Disney's Recess.
Listen, man, I don't got a problem with it. I understand it. So,
Yeah, that's why a lot of people quit,
race, man,
because they feel like they're not getting playing time and they practicing and they not they helping the team practice, but then they never in the match. And then I can see why somebody might quit if they want to compete. So it just depends on the mindset.
Down the Lissy.
Yeah, that's true. And then that basically, sets it to a point where, they're not always using the same racers every single week.
Well,
or the same team setup.
Pretty much.
So either they race one full match or you sub them in every week. So I get it. I think that's fair.
Mm-hmm. So Crusher says, sounds like a rule to protect a player being kind of abused because they likely were asked to join a team, making them unplayable to play on another team and actually get game time. I don't hate the idea of it. Yeah, I think if somebody's on a team, at some point they should contribute, especially if that's what they want to do. If they want to race and be on the team, then they should be able to race and contribute. And I think 10 races is fair. That's literally a whole match.
Yeah, I agree. That's fair.
No
I
objection.
don't see a problem with that.
Was that the last one?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything sounds good. And I'm pretty sure at some point we will probably, be in the talks with the hosts.
That'll be exciting.
For sure, man. For sure. I mean, I guess now, if we get to this part, just hit me up. Let me know or let me know what you think about the situation or everything we said, and we'll be in contact. But I guess in terms of our actual topics, I believe that was everything.
Okay. Oh, Shy, is there anything? I know you're a guest on the podcast. Is there anything you wanted to talk about specifically that we haven't?
I don't think so. Not really. I'm excited for the semifinals coming up, but other than that, nothing really too crazy. I'm just excited to get back into streaming and back into the community since everything with school is kind of done. So hopefully I'll be more involved now.
All right. What about you, Absent, fellow stream sniper? Anything top thing that you wanted to express that you haven't already, or are you good?
Catch me when I'm on stream. I'm on cam now.
Hey, let go.
Not beat.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so I guess Sammy, do you still want to talk about the situation, or?
Oh, can I suggest something before we do that, or we want to do this first?
Before we do this, I do want to give our guests the option to, you guys don't have to be present in this conversation. So if you want, you could decide to leave before you bring it up, or you could stay. It's on you.
Oof.
I think I will take my lead.
I also think I will do the same, but I will continue to watch.
I will
have y'all.
How about before we leave, we entertain you for 3 minutes?
Okay.
We are some anime heads here, and I want to put people on this show called Super Cube. There's a 3-minute scene, and it's better than, I would say, it's probably better than Solo Leveling. So, Angel, if you could YouTube.
This man
Super Cube.
Better than Solo Leveling.
Yes. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, YouTube Super Cube, and it will say Super Cube Episode 7 full fight. That's the Guga. Let me know if you see it.
Damn, this man about to spoil a full fight for us.
I mean, it's, y'all don't even know what website to go to watch it.
How you spell
Just
it?
Super Cube. Super Cube. Put in YouTube, Super Cube.
I still got to watch the second and third episode of that volleyball anime.
Yeah, this is better.
Man,
This
you gotta
is probably
watch
better
Cube,
animated than
man.
that.
That's
Wow.
We had a anime night one time. I'm down to do that again.
No, bro. Watch it on your own.
7.
Yeah,
No,
you see
bro,
it?
watch it on your
Kuga Insanity.
He said, I don't want any part of that.
Yeah.
it's
No,
3 minutes and
I don't
40
mind
seconds,
it.
yeah.
I just feel like it would.
What'd you say, Angel?
Shy would fly through it more if she's not boggled down
Yeah, I
by
think-
having to wait for
I
other
don't even know if I can
people to
show
watch
this
it.
on stream though.
High
Wouldn't this
Q,
be
right?
Copyright?
High Q.
It's
I
Chinese.
promise
We'll be
you,
alright.
Shy, you will love it.
This
100%.
man is Chinese. We'll be all right. All I'm saying is I got dinged for copyright when I showed Super Saiyan 4 Goku. So
Yeah, that's toy animation though. This ain't toy. Like I said, they have different copyright with the Chinese,
all right.
and it's not the whole episode. But
I
if
didn't
it comes out of
hear-
that, we can just cut it out or edit it out. But
Yeah,
I want y'all to see this, y'all anime heads, man.
You ready for this?
It's only 3 minutes. Yeah,
All right, here we go.
here we go. This is Super Cube. Y'all to see this, y'all anime.
到这副模样的人，发电！打得挺嗨呀！来虐杀你！我懂了，你的脑子被打坏了。继续起火！怎么会这样？
Yo, this man
That
pulled out
was
the.
fucking lit.
This man pulled out the Ultra Instinct and still lost. It's crazy.
I'm motherfuckers just throwing straight hands, man.
Yeah, that shit's
The
lit.
animation
You know,
was so crisp.
yeah, that's some top tier animation. You know, I like my art and stuff, so you know, if y'all want to look into Super Cube, you know, that's what type of time they're on. Every episode isn't animated that well, but when they go in, they go in. So
How many
check
episodes
that out.
is it?
It's 12 episode season type shit. So I think the season's about to conclude. I think this week.
Not
Is it
bad,
like,
not
what,
bad.
is it
I'll
like a
definitely-
one season series or is it?
No,
is-
it's gonna be more than one season. It's gonna be
Okay.
more than one season.
Mhm.
But yeah, I told you, the shit's clean. So- But
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah, that shit was good.
I'll definitely add it to my list, man. I'll definitely add it to my list.
yep.
It's listed with over 100 animes to watch.
Yes, sir. Hey,
Mhm.
shot. Haiku, man.
I'll work on it. I'll add it to the list. How many seasons is it?
I believe it's 3 right now.
Okay.
Didn't it finish?
No, Haiku is not finished.
Oh.
They're supposed to be coming out with a movie.
Oh.
Well, speaking of anime, I want to say I have started the first episode of Shangri-La Frontier. I watched the full first
Hey,
first
there we go.
episode, and
Hey, okay.
yeah, I'm low-key fucking with it already. I'm like, yo, this whole MMO world. I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking with this shit
I'm
already.
telling you, Angel, you gonna love it. Trust me, you're.
Now, hold on.
like the
Nano,
whole-
where you
the
at?
whole
What's solo leveling?
Shit, I didn't finish Expedition, man. So until
Oh
I'm doing
my
that,
God.
He's playing his interactive anime. So
Yeah, but
Yeah,
no, I
man.
mean, definitely the Shangri-La Frontier is looking spicy. The fact that this man literally is known to just play trash games, and that's how he gets his enjoyment, is playing trash games, and then Shangri-La changes his whole mindset. Like, yo, this shit is actually fire. Like, I don't know. I could not be this guy playing trash games. If I'm playing trash games for a living, I must be making money off of it or something. Cause that's crazy.
probably one of the people like exploiting glitches or something. No.
That's actually one of the things he does, like exploiting glitches.
Oh, so he's a hacker.
Yeah,
okay.
like that's kind of like I wouldn't say this was a great game, but like Mario Sunshine has so many glitches that you could exploit. They actually made the game more fun. I remember there was one where you like if you spray the ground and you dive in it, a slide, you had like an infinite like slide boost and shit. So it you know I get the appeal that some gamers have. for like games that got glitches, seeing how you can break the game.
I remember when Skyrim first came out, that game was full of glitches. Like you get infinite money, infinite damage reduction. It was ridiculous.
For sure, man. For sure.
Sorry to cut in, but I am about to head out now.
But
On my way out, though, Caleb, can I please get the name of that anime? Because I'm going to be showing that trailer to the girls.
Yes. Yeah, I'll give it to you. It's called The Supercube. It's the English translation, but I'll
Super
send it to
Cube?
you. Yeah, The Supercube.
Oh, does Super Cube? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that shit was. But all right, you guys, thank you for having me on the podcast.
Yeah.
Y'all have a
Good to
great
see you,
night.
Absent.
Nice to see you,
Of course,
Shy.
Absent. You're always welcome. It's always a blast having you on, man.
Thank you. But bye, everyone. I need to learn how to say bye in Hawaiian. Keep with the shtick. Bye.
All right, homie. I guess Miss Shy
Crashout,
is
I highly
there
recommend it. If you do like RPGs, like I know you do, you would definitely fuck with Shangri-La. Definitely.
100%. Yeah, Miss Shy, is there I know you said you're about to dip out too. Was there any like last things you needed or wanted to say?
Well, I know that y'all are probably going to talk about a topic that's pretty sensitive. So I just kind of want to leave it with that I think, I don't want to bring it up without y'all bringing it up necessarily, but I think that the whole idea of it is very sensitive. And just know that y'all are on a platform, and whatever y'all say, it's going to be taken as a group belief, a group, thought, a group opinion, just whatever y'all say.
I mean, I didn't want to talk about it, but
even though people might feel different. Like I will say this, I kind of see the perspective, but yeah. But I guess we can get into it, but
yeah, but
there's nuance. There's nuance, and
yeah. I want to let y'all know that I didn't know that whole message was going to get posted in my Discord and all of that stuff. So I was unaware of that. I am aware that this whole idea of, the not supporting thing and just the idea of what happened is very hard on this person, and their mental health is not the greatest. And so because of this situation, so all I'm going to say is just tread lightly if you can on that, and just be aware of that. But of course, if y'all feel the need to say what you need to say, then it's y'all's platform and you can do it. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess I will say, I feel like we don't just platform one person. I feel like because I know there's 4 of us, but my perspective is like allowing people to defend themselves. So like I remember we had an episode with you on, and I know you kind of were going in and speaking your truth about somebody in the community. And then I think at the episode later we had them on. Like you went in and that person got exposed, and then the next episode we allowed them to defend themselves. I think that's fair.
Sure.
If we're going to allow somebody to get slandered, whether that slander is not slander, it's actually factual and truth, I'll at least give somebody a chance to explain their side. So I think what we do on the podcast, we allow everybody to explain their perspective, whether that's Smarty or whoever else. So,
Absolutely.
it's not like I'm playing favorites or like,
Oh yeah, no, I don't think that's the case at all.
Or
Like, I don't think it's a playing favorites kind of thing. I was just letting y'all know that the mental health of the entire situation, whether y'all say one thing or not, it might go in a direction that is more extreme than y'all think. And it's not because of y'all, it's because of the individual. And so
that's
all I'm
another
saying.
reason
That
I
is
didn't
all
want
I'm
to
saying.
talk about it.
That's all I'm saying. So that's it. That's just my opinions on it. But I want y'all to know that I care about all of you guys on the podcast, and I care about this other person. So I am neutral on this. I understand both sides, and I'm gonna leave it at that for me, I think.
Okay, Miss Shenanigans. Well, listen, we appreciate your input, and we, loved having you here. It was a blast, and we gotta have you on again.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all having me here and let me play my little diss track. It was
I'm gonna get you
fun.
back for that. I'm gonna get you back for that too. Just wait.
Oh no, Caleb! I thought we were gonna end it right
That's
there.
crazy.
Damn, Caleb, the
I
revenge
thought we were
track
gonna
coming
end it
back.
right there.
You know, I gotta
Hey,
complete the Shenanigan album, right? I gotta have a diss track on your album, so you know.
That's
I mean,
crazy. On her own album? That's crazy.
he said he was gonna make me an album a while ago, and I've been still waiting. So I'm still waiting on that.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Crickets.
I'm saying. I didn't even get an EP or anything, Caleb.
Not even a song sample?
Yeah, you know.
Damn,
You know, if I would have made like 16 songs, I'm never beating the 5-star general allegation. So I had to tread lightly. So you know.
Heard.
Well, yeah.
So what you're saying is you're the 10-star general.
Dang.
Nah. Like I said, maybe one day I'll complete the album, but you know, we'll see.
Heard. All right, y'all. We'll have a great podcast. I will still be listening. Thank you for having me on here, and I'm sure that we will catch each other again very soon.
Hell yeah. All right.
All right, bye,
Have a
y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, so whoever wants to start it off, y'all can. I'm gonna try not to really like say that much. So whoever wants to talk about it, I got the floor.
Whoa, damn, Goblin. Is that how you feel? That we humiliate people? I don't think we humiliate people because we give people a chance to defend themselves. So that wouldn't be really humiliating people. I don't think we ever
Only
humiliated
person-
somebody, did we?
That might have been humiliated is talking about people's bad behavior, like Zuzu, like auto driving and stuff. So if that's humiliating, or Bozzy, I mean, they kind of humiliate themselves in the public eye. And we just talk about it.
A lot of the people, in terms of like humiliating.
The
to
Departed.
be fair, yeah. Well, Departed asked for that. So.
Well, Departed is a troll, and Departed knows what comes with it. He tries to troll, so we gonna troll you back. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Departed knows.
Wait. How did we humiliate Kel and Sunny? You talking about like Cowgirl song?
The Caleb song. Yeah, he's talking about the Caleb song.
Well, Zuzu deserves it. So I mean, he like everybody that you named has had issues with the community themselves, though. To be fair, everything that we said is public knowledge. Everybody knows about it.
The song y'all are saying the song might have been, you know, that one song I came out with, but like y'all were trying to say that the song I came out with today was zesty. So I mean, like, end of the day, bro, it's a song. So that's not us like publicly humiliating somebody. Like, but you know, I get your perspective, but that wasn't no public humiliation. Now there might be backlash to certain songs, you know, that you might not expect. Like I know, like the Stream Snipers S tier plus, there's backlash. I didn't expect it to be backlash, but you know, sometimes backlash happens. But I'm not going out of my way to try to harm nobody. I'm not trying to harm nobody on DT. I'm not trying to harm KH or anybody. It's just, you know, sometimes jokes don't, you know, aren't always translated.
Yeah, I think that's
People
one
can
thing
take it a certain way.
people should know is that Caleb is not out here trying to hurt people's feelings. Like it just sucks that, you know, some of the stuff, you know, did, you know, hurt people's feelings, and you know, like that's the last thing that Caleb wants to do is hurt somebody's feelings. So like, you know, he just makes the songs, to make the songs, like content or whatever. But some lyrics, a lot of people didn't
Yeah,
resonate
and
with.
I've toned it down a little bit, every now and then. But yeah, everybody ain't gonna resonate with the lyrics, so yeah. But
right, or they'll just misinterpret
to
the
KH
shit.
today, even after KH said he wasn't really feeling the first one, came back and did like an apology one. So
oh yeah, no hard feelings. Like I said, I don't hate nobody in this community, but that I guess that addresses the do we try to humiliate people allegations. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess to put it in perspective, we have never like just stopped anybody from coming on. So, if people, we offer this as a place to, if people want to talk about some spiciness or, some drama or whatever grievances they have with somebody else, they can, use the platform.
Oh, the party, you didn't do nothing this time. Oh man.
You think we should go easier on folks?
No, we got to go in on the party, Mr. 50 points. I'm not gonna let that down. But
man, it depends, man. I feel like
I will say it's for people here, and there's been times where like people are beefing, and I didn't necessarily wasn't ecstatic that certain people are trying to come on, but they came on anyways. But yeah, I'm here. Happens.
But I guess shit, I mean, let's get into it, man.
I guess the best place to start from that is the post that was posted in Shy's Discord, right?
Yeah.
Angel.
So, Angel, if you want to put that up.
You saying something, Caleb?
I mean, do we want to give context before we just give a post of somebody, expressing?
All right, so basically to give context.
You departed. He says people always go in on me. I can't help it. I like it. Pause.
Yeah, that's a no Diddy, bro. That's a no Diddy.
But yeah, to basically give context, I think about like a week or two ago, I was streaming Expedition 33. Everybody go cop the game. It's extremely fire. And while I was streaming, I had the homies, the regular homies coming to stream. We're watching. And I guess to name drop a few, I had one with Angel. I had Katie. I had Toxic, KH, Cowgirl, Sunny stopped by. Awesome stopped by. Shy as Dry stopped by, but she was lurking. And I had more people come by, but I can't remember everybody. But I stopped by, pretty sure. Yeah, you probably did stop by, Crusher. And pretty much while I was streaming, I get a Discord message from Miss Shy is Dry saying that somebody reported her account and Twitch banned her for it. And apparently, it was from a live stream. And since I was the only live stream she was in that day, it was from my live stream. So basically, somebody reported her account and she got banned, and she informed me, and I said, okay, I'll look into it. And you know, I told her everybody who I saw and my viewers that were watching, and you know, long story short, she believed that because of some friction that she has with Mr. Awesome, that he was the one who reported her account and got her account banned. And you know, so I asked him about it. He said it wasn't him. And then, you know, after that, a couple of days went by. Then, or I think like a day went by or something like that. And then she made a video explaining the situation or talking about the situation. And I think it was an unlisted video, so like you can't find it. I have the video, so you know, we could technically play it, but I don't know if I want to. But yeah, long story short, I told her I saw the video and stuff, and you know, she was very distraught, and you know, her mental was really like down because her account was down. And you know, she stressed to me that she believed it was Awesome that was that reported her account. And I said, and I asked him again, and he swore it wasn't him. And she basically kind of felt some type of way because she's basically like feels like because of, I guess, their history, that he was the only person that could do it and it had to be him. And she felt like I was like, I guess, making excuses for Awesome, even though I wasn't, because I told her if I have proof that it was him, then you know, I wouldn't fuck with Awesome no more. And you know, but I said, if I don't got no proof, there's nothing I could do about it. And you know, she basically felt some type of way, and he went into Shy's Discord and made a whole like paragraph post about the situation. So if you want to put that up, Mr. Angel, you can.
Yeah, and while he's putting that up, I guess feels like because we've had this person Awesome on the podcast that we're enabling their bad behavior that they do off stream or something like that. I can't control what people do.
I can't enlarge like a
And
Discord post, so I don't know if the chat can really see this, but I can read it for them.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is like, okay, I get where she's coming from, because at one point it's kind of like somebody who's trying to scam you is never going to tell you they're scamming. Even if you ask them, be like, oh no, like somebody who's cheating on you, if you ask them, they're not going to tell you, yeah, I'm cheating on you. They're going to lie. So I get the perspective. Like if somebody reported someone and then you ask them about it, even if they are the person that reported them, are they going to admit to it? Probably not. So I get that perspective.
Yeah, but the thing is, because I don't got no proof, I was telling her I can't do nothing about it. Like, I'm not gonna take action for something I don't got no concrete proof for.
Right, and before I go with the whole paragraph here, you know, these pictures, you know, it says a definite suspension, harassment via username. It says the violation occurred live stream, but then the email she got, it says the violation occurred on a live stream or VOD. So I don't know which one it is, because they're both saying something completely different. Like one live, one what says live or VOD or VOD, and harassment via username. Like,
I don't see no wrong with her name.
Yeah,
I don't know if Shy is dry is, or her being dry is maybe taken a certain way, but I don't think that'd be against her.
I mean, if the bot didn't see the I part, like I would see the sexual type of part on their name because she is dry. It's kind of, it is a sexual term, but like it's SHIE instead of SHE. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's literally the only thing that I could think of in her name that would warrant them to do this. But other than that, I don't see nothing wrong with her name. I've never said, her name, is, a bannable offense. I know Twitch's terms of service. It's crazy. It really is. And
I think there is a thing of mass reporting though. Like if you mass report on like a lot of different things, then the system automatically will take
do something.
Mhm.
And you can always appeal this. So if her name doesn't break TOS or whatever happened, she would just get her account back if she appeals it. Now, if the appeal says no, you violated terms of service, then that's up to them in the platform. Then none of us.
Oh, she actually did get her account back.
She did.
She actually did get her. Yeah, she did.
All right.
She just changed her name and everything.
Okay, well, I'm glad she got her account back. Because I know how it is to lose your account and you put time in, so I get that.
And so officially, that would just mean that was a mistake from Twitch's side, and she got it back. You know what I'm saying? But we're looking at these pictures. I mean, who would report you for the username though? Like, and in the Twitch world, you don't know who is going to report you. And unless you have concrete proof of the person doing it, you really can't say, this person did it, even though you have bad blood with them, because you don't know. Anybody could report anybody, on a live stream. There's people that do it just out of jealousy out of that person or that streamer. So, I mean, there has been cases where people accidentally get banned because, they have haters and people will do some shit to spite you. That's the realistic, scenarios. Like Crusher said, it happens to streamers all the freaking time, and it does, and it sucks. But, the worst thing that sucks about that is you don't know who did it, because Twitch won't tell you, and that's, privacy stuff. That's why they don't tell you that. But you can't assume just because you have bad blood with somebody that they did this, because I'm a type of person that, in my streaming career, I've had people tell me, I'm not going to support you if you have so in your chat and this and that, telling me you need to ban this person if you want me to support you. And I'm the type of person that goes by experience, and my experience with the person, or, I'm a very neutral person when it comes to things. And one thing that I do not like is when somebody tells me what I can or cannot do in my stream, or what I should do in my stream, because I am the streamer. That is my platform. That is my channel. And I do, what I think is good for my channel. So, I had people tell me to ban my best, like one of my good friends that is still in my server today, because they framed them for destroying a Discord that he didn't even do. And the owner just fucked up and he just wanted to blame it to somebody else. And I told them, no, I'm not going to sit there and ban that person. That person's my friend. Like, you don't get to tell me what I can and cannot do in my stream. And they're like, oh, I'm not going to support you. Okay, then don't support me, because at the end of the day, you're not my friend. Because if you're going to sit there and tell me you're going to stop supporting me because somebody's in my chat that you could just block and not see their name or their chats ever, and it won't affect you, then you're not here for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, a true friend will support you regardless. I have problems with Zuzu. This is a good example. I still go to Crusher streams. Zuzu's still there, but I don't see his messages. Why? Because I ban him. And I still have no problems supporting Crusher, because, Crusher, me and Crusher don't have problems with each other. That's a perfect example of what I'm trying to say. Like, if you're a true friend, you will support us regardless of who's in our channel, because, you're our friend regardless. And That's my philosophy on that. And, I didn't like that part because, I feel like, somebody's trying to tell me what to do. And that's not how we roll around here. I keep things and I used my mentality on other people too. Like I just used Crush as an example. Like, I'm not going to start supporting somebody just because they're friends with somebody. That's not me as a person.
And I get her perspective. If we're gonna, represent right. She's close with Shy, and she supports Shy. And Awesome has had his runs in with Shy, where to where people feel like maybe he's harassing Shy. Or I know we had this on an earlier podcast episode where we had Shy talk about some of the drama going on with the poll that was in my Discord, and then that turned into her talking about her history with Awesome, talking about how Awesome, DMs certain female streamers and something, or be talking to himself, or maybe harassing, or what was it? Who was that other streamer girl? The Canadian
Cyrene.
one. Yeah, Cyrene, I think, had a run with Cyrene and had runs in with Shy. And so I think Ishnik and Dry are two people who vocally call out Awesome in the chats, whether that be like the Crashout chats. And so from her perspective, she feels like because she's called out Awesome, and maybe, they go back and forth insulting each other, that, that would be the only person who would report her. Which it makes sense, you know what I'm saying? Like it would make sense that you would assume that would be the person who's reporting you. You know what I'm saying? Now there's a thing of like somebody actually like doing harm to somebody and then somebody not liking. I think KH kicked Awesome out of his Discord as well. Now, just because somebody doesn't like somebody doesn't mean that they can't support you, I guess. Or that is, you know what I'm saying? It's, people have their reasons why they might kick somebody out their server or why they might block them. And so, I guess the perspective is, well, you know what they're doing to other people in the past, so why are you still fucking with them, type shit. And so that's the perspective where she's coming from, where she feels like this person is harassing or, people, and we're enabling or supporting his behavior because we have him on the podcast.
And I will say this. About Awesome. Other than all the run-ins that happened in the past, has he caused any drama recently?
I mean,
I will say, here's the sus part.
Well,
the sus part, we got to keep it a buck though. The sus part is that Awesome, you be having fake accounts, and we know. I think you try to be slick with it. When you feel like you're getting bad press, you might leave a server and you try to join as like a different name. People kind of know. And so when they know you're making like fake accounts, it kind of like, it's not a good look. I'll put it that way. So I can see why somebody would think like, oh, they might be mass reporting on different accounts or trying to harass on different accounts or whatever. So I get why, very sussing you, man,
But like I said, I will say though, other than this accusation, yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, I have not seen, any problems with him. And I'm the type of person that try to see the good in people. So like, I believe, people can learn from their mistakes and become better. And, I like to give them that chance before, making my final opinion on a said person. You know what I'm saying? Like, give them that shot, because people do change if they truly want to.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, I don't know. It's like, let's say like a dude is trying to holler at a girl and she's not interested and he's persistent and he gets blocked. So that might have happened. Does that mean that, I can't like interact with that person because he got rejected and blocked? Not necessarily. You know, if they're not doing too much or much, you know, more than that, like, okay, you're over interested, you got blocked. Does that mean that I can't allow that person to view my content? I don't know. I don't know if that's fair to say that. And just because, you know, they might be persistent in your DMs doesn't mean that because we had them on the podcast means we're enabling or we support that behavior. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, basically, in general, you can't for the things that happen and for the account being suspended and stuff like that, and whatnot. You can't push that blame on us because we didn't do nothing. And that's my point about all this is we're getting tagged because we're letting somebody being in our chat, but we're not telling this person go report this person. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't do that. And if this person has been harassing you, you can also use that same report button and you can report that person and they will also get banned if they broke terms of service. So, you know, like it goes both ways on that. And I just didn't want to be a part of this because, you know, I have nothing to do with this. You know, it sucks that the account got banned and I'm glad that you got it back. But, you know, I'm not enabling anybody and I'm not allowing anybody to do anything because y'all know my chats. If somebody talks shit, they're getting banned. So at the end of the day, you know, if you feel like I'm allowing somebody to talk shit in my chat, then, you know, so be it. But like I'm telling you, I look at my chat and if somebody's harassing somebody, they getting banned out of my chat or my mods will do it for me. So, you know, I'm speaking for myself on this part. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm still there, but you know what? The part of, we know you talk shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm used to it. You know what I'm saying? The part of like, you know, it's banter at the end of the day for you, between me and you. But you know, when somebody's actually trying to hurt somebody, and like, no, I don't stand for that shit. Like in my chat, they would get banned instantly.
Yep.
That's really true. Really about this whole situation. All I gotta say about that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, okay, we gotta look at the what could be the truth is that Awesome is telling the truth and he has his beef with Shy or whatever, but maybe he didn't hurt on somebody else, or it could be him and he denied it and we have no proof. But we can't go off of no proof because then that's just making assumptions and unfairly punishing people who might or may not deserve to be punished. Basically, it's kind of like you don't want to give somebody the death penalty if there's no proof that they actually committed the crime. You know, you have to have concrete evidence. Like Nano said, if the evidence comes out, you know, hey, he said he'll stop fucking with him, but you know, there's no evidence to tell who actually reported. And it's unfortunate, and I understand why you're sussing, but it's hard to
it's sussing without
ban
proof.
someone, without there actually be definitive evidence of it, you know.
And that's the type of person I am. If you give me the proof, then okay, you show me the proof, you prove me wrong, and I'll say that. And you know, at that point, you know, I do what I gotta do. But you know, without proof, I can't go anything without proof because on this platform, you know, that's one thing I learned is show me the proof. You want to say so did this or so did that? Show me the proof. If you can't show me the proof, you know, I'm out of it. Keep me out of it.
Yeah, and it's tough because you know I like and I like people who support you. I feel like Dry is Shy or Shy is Dry, and Awesome. I feel like they both support the same people, so they're at odds with one another. But I mean, they both enjoy the content we do on the podcast, or they both watched at some time, or you know, come in and out, and just our personal streams, you know, and we appreciate that. And I don't, you know, I'm not trying to alienate anybody, but it's hard to try to like take a side when it's like all I'm trying to do is just make content, and then for people who can consume it and enjoy it, type shit. I can't control what people do outside of that, Now, when it comes to the Discord, there's rules in people's Discord, and you gotta have, don't be saying crazy shit to people, and yet out type shit. But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because I could have that same argument because I know there's somebody Ariel isn't black, and I know there are certain people who allow that person in their Discord, and somebody can make the if they're gonna allow that person in their Discord, why is it that if Awesome is in somebody's Discord or in somebody's chat, then it's like, okay, well, you're supporting them, I can't fuck with you, but then you still support people who allow Ariel isn't black in the server. You know what I'm saying? So at that point, we're picking and choosing people we don't like. Yeah. So it's like, why just single us out? But maybe you just,
I think at that point, Caleb, that's more contradictory.
Contradictory on what?
Like if they're gonna have someone in their server that you're at odds with, but at the same time you have someone in your server that they're at odds with, but they're saying, well, I'm gonna have to end support with you, or we can't really talk because you have this person in your server. You knowing full well that they have the same thing going on in their server, but you're not saying the same thing.
Yeah. So
for me personally, I'm definitely on the same boat as Angel. I'm very neutral as a person as it is. That's why you don't really find me in a lot of drama. And to find myself in drama when it's unwarranted, it is upsetting because I do my best to steer away from drama. And I just didn't appreciate how, the post came off, how it was almost like it was trying to shift blame to us when I thought we had nothing to do with that. Everybody is their own person. Like you said earlier, Caleb, we cannot control what people do outside of our own environments that we create for ourselves. So this community, the Crashout that we've created, we can do our best to manage it, but outside of us streaming, we have no control of what anyone does who watches in our community. We can only police what we can while we stream, and we do a good job of that. Like Angel said, Awesome had his run-ins in the past with a few people in our community, and we've taken note of that. And we've also, said if too much came out where he was doing the same kind of things in our community, then obviously we wouldn't keep him in our community because that's just the type of people we are. We also like to see if we can give people second chances to see if they can improve or be better people. And in that same time, Awesome, for the most part, hasn't been in anything. I don't want to be in the type of situation where I'm going to start accusing people for things if I have no clue that they did them, if there's no evidence or proof. There's a lot that goes on in society right now. People will accuse people of doing things and they'll get sent to jail. Some people even lose their lives. I don't want to be a part of anything like that or anything close to that. I'm not saying someone's going to lose their life or anything like that, but to accuse someone of doing something that they haven't done and then there being consequences behind that, I don't think is cool. I'm glad that she got her account back, which was the main thing that she was looking to get out of this situation. And I just hope that, all sides can move on from this. Like I said earlier, if we don't have proof, there's nothing we can really do about it. And I'm not going to press the situation anymore, especially if there's no proof. Because at that point, there's nothing we can do. Our hands are tied. And I'm not going to make assumptions because that's something I don't do. Respectfully.
Yeah, it's tough. I guess because like the overall, it'd be kind of like if somebody was calling you the N-word, hard ER, and then next thing you know, you see them, partner streamed. I'm just using Angel as an example. Like Angel's doing a dual collab stream with this person, and they're over here calling people the hard ER. I could see how you might be like, you fucking with that person, and they openly saying this shit. Then I'm not fucking with you. I get that, but like, I don't think it's the same situation in this per se. Because I think it's just more so, and I have to look into everything that is being accused, but I think some of it is just maybe people might find someone annoying and they don't want to interact with them. But I have to look into that. But cause I know like one of the reasons, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look into that, but I think, like I said earlier, we had Awesome on the podcast the first time to him defend himself because there were a lot of accusations and things said about his character, with Shy. So we brought him on the podcast to be able to defend himself, and I think that's fair. And past that, they wanted to come on, so we allowed them to come on. That doesn't mean that we're enabling or supporting what might be going on outside of what's going on in the podcast. But like, I feel like there has to be something done where they cross a certain threshold that's like unacceptable for us to be like, all right, we can't have this person on, or we can't, whatever. But I don't know if that's been passed, if that line has been crossed. And I know people have tried to say, well, oh, they're trying to do this to a pedophile. Now, okay, people have their crushes on Disney characters. That doesn't mean they're trying to touch kids, because these characters are different ages in different movies and shit. And sometimes people don't even know the age of a character. They just like the character. So, I don't want to try to make that unfavorable assumption based on that. You know what I'm saying? But hey, maybe, I don't know. Am I wrong? Will y'all think I'm wrong in that? Like, I don't know.
I mean, I'll say this, and then that's it. I already talked to her about everything, and whatever she decided to do is on her. I told her, as long as I don't got proof, I'm not gonna take action against Awesome. Whether she, supports or not, or wants to be friends still or not, or come by to my chat or not. At this point, it's on her. Like, I'm not nobody hand to like be friends with me or come support. Like, if she feel how she feel, and she want to keep her distance, it don't matter to me. I mean, I'm still gonna be respectful to her.
I will say Awesome's been a guest, but he's not. I think the accusation was that he's the face of the Crashout or something like that, because we've had him on. I mean, we've had Smarty on, and Smarty has a lot of bad history with people. He said some unfavorable things about people. So it's not that we're letting everybody tell their story, because there's his story, her story, and the truth. So I feel like we're fair and we allow everybody on here. Now, I know, here's the thing, I have my own life. If y'all know, I stream Speedstorm every now and then. I haven't streamed that much lately. I got stuff going on in real life. You know what I'm saying? So I can't always keep tabs on what everybody is doing in the Speedstorm community. You know what I'm saying? So I maybe I forgot some things, but I don't know everything Awesome's done. So that's where I'm like, what happened here? Like, all I know is, we got the Crashout. I'll come and I'll try to contribute, and when I stream on my channel, I'll try to do that. I don't keep tabs on what everybody's doing. You know, maybe I'll look back at the previous podcast and try to remind myself, but I think I forgot some stuff. But I just know people have beefs with each other. But like I said, if
Austin was the face of the Crashout.
that was a comment that was made.
Who made that comment?
I think Dry said that. Because she said we always have him on the podcast. She can't support because if he's an abusive person, I might have to bring that up. But
I don't think she was. I don't think she said that he was being.
Yeah, and I'm misrepresenting what she said, then I'm sorry. Maybe I need to look back and actually, but she said what would be unacceptable, right? I think if you're like using hate speech against people, and I'm not sensitive, I feel like if you're calling somebody a hard ER or calling like people who are LGBT the F word, you got to have respect for people. I feel like that might be crossing the line because you want to try to protect everyone in your community type shit. And I feel like if somebody like, what I'm saying, like typical shit like that, it will be crossing the line, right?
Yeah. But I mean, like I said, like it's like, like honestly,
what?
Like
as long, sorry, I don't know.
Like for me, it's just like if I don't got proof, then I'm not doing nothing. That's it. So, other than that, I'm kind of like off the subject. She could believe or say whatever she wants. I mean, it don't matter to me. So, I mean, at the end of the day, we all just, life goes on.
I said better myself.
Yeah.
Well, because I guess Shy, she felt what do we find acceptable or not? You know what I'm saying? And there's certain harassment, but like, what is like the harassment? Like I said earlier, if somebody's in your DM and they autistic, and I'm not gonna give nobody autistic excuse, regular person in your DM, it's unwanted, you block them. Does that mean I have to block them from my channel? Not necessarily. I don't think that's crossing the line.
I guess a good option, a good example, like kind of what Crusher said. It depends on the situation. What Bozzy did was unacceptable. Like I'm not fucking with Bozzy.
Yeah.
Like that is super unacceptable. And we have proof for that. So,
yep.
We all saw it.
There's a reason why it wasn't the Bozzy World Cup.
So, I guess that would be an example.
Exactly. The proof, whatever. Now I won't speak on the autism stuff because, my daughters are on the spectrum on that. So, that's a very close thing to my heart right there. So, like, I don't really want to like bite in on that because like autistic people do, think and they think a lot differently than us and they see things differently than us. So like you also gotta see it from that perspective as well. And kind of hard to like actually see like like ill intent on certain things because you don't know how that person's mind like operates, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I also think autistic people are one of the smartest people in the fucking world. So just because they do see things differently, like I've seen some autistic kids that are really fucking smart. I mean, look at Elon Musk.
Yep.
And yeah, Sonic, yeah, they're both on the spectrum.
But all in all, I mean, like I said, I already really said what I needed to say to her, so I don't really got nothing else to say on the topic. But yeah, man, I'm pretty much done.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm about the same where you guys are at.
I mean, yeah, it's not a first choice, but I mean, the man's a smart guy, though. I mean, you can't just because he got bad rep, you can't say Elon Musk is not a smart guy. I mean, dude's a billionaire. He's obviously doing something right.
Well, Shy, I got a question for you, Angel.
Yeah, man, that's a good question. I mean, I really, I mean, the whole boundary thing. I mean, yeah. If we keep telling them and they keep going, I mean, I can see why that would be offensive because you tell them to stop and they're not stopping. I mean, shit. I'm gonna tell my daughters to stop doing something because they're doing something, but I'm not gonna use that as an excuse. But, I mean, at that point, like honestly, like your experience is obviously different. I mean, if somebody is doing that to you, I mean, and you're telling them to stop and they won't stop. I mean, at that point, you have every valid reason to just ban the person so you don't have to deal with them no more, you know? Like that's on you, you know? But like if that person was doing something like that and then you expect everybody else to also ban that said person because they did something to you, or you know, they crossed that boundary and they wouldn't stop, and we have different experiences, or maybe that person's not doing that no more. Maybe they did do it, but they're trying to, you know, to be better. Like I still give them that second chance because, you know, people can change and people can, you know, change for the better or they can change for the worse. But you know, you won't know that unless you don't give them that second chance. But that's my stance on that.
Okay. Well, I guess I know me, Angel, and Sammy said we already said everything. Caleb, was there anything else you wanted to add
Like I
on?
said, you know, I appreciate the support from both people, and I feel like they don't have to interact, and maybe they need to do due diligence and not interact with each other and block and remove each other. But like, you know, if both people vibe with my content and enjoy, then you know, they're welcome. You know, I don't want Shy. I'm not Shy, but I don't want Dry not to support me. You know what I'm saying? I don't want Awesome not to support me. You know, I see both of them in the comment. You know, I appreciate everybody that comes in. It's just unfortunate situation where I guess maybe you're pushed in the middle of some a beef between two people.
Damn, Caleb, what do you have in the background?
Oh shit.
that shit is loud as fuck, my god.
I got some gangster hood niggas I talk to, but you know, let me get it off the
Some
speakerphone.
gangster shit. That's all I'm saying. Oh shit, okay.
But yeah, let me turn that down. But you know, that's my statement. So you know, there's been lots of people who, you know, resented their support because they don't fuck with Speedstorm no more, and it's unfortunate. But you know, I appreciate them while they here and all that. But you know,
But yes, Katie worded that a lot better than what I would have worded. I'm high as shit, so like my brain ain't functioning right now. But the way Katie explained it, that's definitely like how I view that. You know, everybody deserves a second chance, but if they break that second chance, that's it. You know what I'm saying? At that point, you know, at least I know in my heart I gave them that second chance. You know.
I know at least for me, with the thing in my Discord, there was like a whole fucking survey. Who's gonna win the match? Fucking DT or ST or whatever the hell it was. I don't think. Now I changed my permissions of who can do surveys, but like I don't think because somebody did the survey, I'm like, oh, I got to kick you out the Discord. Like obviously, you know, y'all felt some way y'all felt, and you justifiably, you know, you're entitled to feel how you feel about the survey. But you know, I don't think that survey was enough for me to warrant like you can't come on the podcast, you can't be on my Discord because some people that don't like you didn't like that you had a survey up. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that would have been right on me, because then I would have been unfairly punishing that person for being unlikable to you. So, you know, and it did cause some drama, the whole survey thing. But like I said, I don't think it crossed that line of somebody being like banned on everything. It was just a survey of a question, and people got egos and rivalry. So that's that.
100%. Protecting your peace will always be okay. Definitely protect your peace because nobody else is going to protect your peace.
100%, man. 100%.
I don't know. I'm just trying to be fair. I'm just trying to be fair to everybody that comes through. That's all.
Mm-hmm. And I'll say this one last thing. And I agree 100% when it comes to when Adriel said protect your peace. If Miss Dry feels that she has to protect her peace by not supporting us because of, I guess, the whole thing, if it puts her in a better headspace or, you know, is better for her mental, then I say do what you feel, do what is better for you. You know, I don't want, you know, I want her to make the right decision for her. So as long as she stays safe and, you know, I guess just take care of herself, that's all that really matters.
No, 100%.
I'm gonna just leave it at that.
No, I will, you know, have like a tidbit. If you don't want to see this person in chats anymore, or you don't want to see their name, you could just ban them or block them. And no matter what channel you go on, even if they're there, you're never going to see their message. So you wouldn't even know that they're there unless somebody acknowledges them.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I guess that's pretty much it, though. But I guess onto some more light-hearted stuff. I mean, overall, I think it was a fire
but Nick,
episode.
you don't know that. Do you have the proof of him doing that? If you don't have the proof, you can't accuse somebody. That's the whole point of what we were saying. You can't accuse somebody without you knowing exactly. If you see them do it, okay, where's the proof? But if not, you know, it's just he says, she says shit at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. Just don't got like concrete evidence. But like I said, I already said what I needed to say, so I'm not like getting back into that.
Yeah, no, I already said my piece.
Mm-hmm. But I guess Mr. Sammy, man, you got any last words for the podcast?
It's a good podcast, as per usual. You know, I'd like to thank the guests for showing out. The diss track was welcome. I appreciate that. You might have lit a fire under me. You know, I haven't put out a AI track in a while. I might just have to drop my name back in the hat. We'll see. I apologize to the guys for being busy. The week where we had a race, I really feel that, you know, my input could have probably changed the outcome. So I apologize by not being a team player that week. So I do take some of the blame, guys.
No, you good.
Oh shit. I will say.
This man's talking about overdosing. Hold on, pause, bro.
Hold
Pause.
on. I will say, you know, Shy, if you ever, Shy is dry, if you ever want to come on the Crashout podcast and talk and speak your truth, you are more than welcome to, because I know you be in the chat. You know, we've had a lot of people. I don't know, maybe you wanted to be on and you just didn't feel comfortable asking. But I mean, you're more than welcome to come on.
Yeah, Kilo, turn that shit down, man. I'm kind of worried. Somebody said overdose, man. Check your friends, man.
Man,
Hey, put down the cup,
it's a whole story. It's already too late for the person who overdosed. I'll just say that. But
Jesus.
That's crazy.
yeah, but nah, you know, back to the Speedstorm stuff. But yeah, like, you know, Shy, if you want to come on the drive, if you ever want to come on Crashout, you're more than welcome. Like, you know, we pretty much allow everybody. So, you know, we'll keep it fair.
We haven't turned down not one person yet.
Yeah, and
100%.
some people don't want to be on here because maybe they're shy and they're camera shy. They don't want to be. So it's just, you know, just depends on what you want. But yeah.
I guess I'll say my last stuff. Listen, man. Clear Obscure Expedition 33 Game of the Year. If you're not playing it, go play it. Probably the best game that came out in the last couple of years. At least it's one of them. And if you play it, it'll probably be one of the best games you've ever played. You don't even got to be
Angel said it's better than Final Fantasy
bro.
and Kingdom Hearts.
Hey, yo, what? I said what?
They told me so.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually think it's better than Kingdom Hearts. I think this.
I told y'all I wasn't lying. I told y'all.
We were talking about Final Fantasy.
But Final Fantasy, I don't know about that, man.
Yeah.
Hold on. What y'all
say
say to me? What y'all say to me the other day? It's up there with Final Fantasy 7 and 10, and it could probably overtake it in a couple of years. Didn't y'all say that?
I didn't say it. I said it was on the same playing field with them. I don't know about no overtaking in a couple of years.
I never said about overtaking. I just said they're up there with them. Yeah, because of how good it is.
Man, it's okay. It's okay.
You be adding shit to the equation.
Yo, don't listen to Sammy. Yo, I did not say it was better than Final Fantasy. Okay.
Hey.
Now I do think
what
it's
if they
better
drop
than
an
Kingdom
expedition
Hearts,
like an Expedition Zero? You're telling me that Expedition ain't if Expedition Zero comes out, if that's the thing, and it's way better than 33, you're gonna keep telling me that Final Fantasy is better?
I mean, it depends. If there's a lot of Final Fantasies.
Right, you got 16.
Yeah, there's a lot of Final
16.
Fantasies. There's 16, but not all of them are created equally. As you guys stated earlier in the last conversation we had about the JRPG.
Well, listen, it's gonna be hard to beat. It's gonna hard to beat 10 for me. I'll say that.
What? It sounds like 33 already on that wave right now, Nano.
It's very close to it, but you gotta
see what I'm saying, guys. That's why you gotta listen to Sammy. He knows.
But you gotta remember, you're speaking about a hypothetical. Like, they would have to come out with it, and it would have to be firing on all cylinders.
And truthfully,
I think they would
make an expansion before they make a whole new game, because the developers already said they'll make an expansion if the community wants it.
I mean, you already said they're coming out with a movie, so
I wouldn't be opposed to, you know, another Expedition game. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think the first game is a masterpiece, and I want to see if they can bring that magic to a second one. You know what I'm saying? That would really test them as a developmental team, and, you know, to come up with another masterpiece that follows the first game. And you know, a sequel is really hard to pass the OG. I mean, there's only a handful of sequels and games that were better than the original.
Yep. Gonna be hard to beat Final Fantasy X for me, but
all right.
it's
So
right
which
there.
game's better, Final Fantasy X or 7?
Oh fuck, man! I see that
I
everybody's gonna give you a
personally
different
like.
answer.
I personally like 10 more.
I like 10 more just because it's the first one that I played that introduced me to the series. So that one holds a special place in my heart. I do love 7 because
Yeah.
7 is just as good. But man, 10 just hits different, man. I don't know if it's because it's the first one, but that game just hits different. And that story fucked me up.
Yeah,
And
10.
that story of 10 fucked me up just as much as the story of Expedition 33 fucked me up. Because, you know, Final Fantasy 10, you know, I'm not even going to say the whole story because now you're going to know what the story of Expedition 33 is. So I'm not even going to spoil it. But if you know the story of Final Fantasy 10, you know why that shit fucked me up.
Yep.
That's okay. Those
crazy.
choices are not bad, but my favorite was 33. That's my favorite.
I mean, to be fair, Sammy, you just hopped on the wave, man. You missed out on a whole
Final Fantasy 33. I
RPGs,
know,
bro.
but Final Fantasy 33 goes hard.
You know
this
what I
one was
will
set in
say,
France.
Sammy,
It's
is
different.
I do hope that when you playing Expedition 33, you open up to more RPGs because there's a lot more fire stuff out there.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna buy the Kingdom Hearts collection when it's on sale, and I'll
you should
probably stream
definitely
that.
play Final Fantasy 10.
Oh, I was always gonna play Final Fantasy
Yo,
10.
what up, Binksy? Is that a Binksy in the chat? Let's go, chat. How are you feeling,
Man, my
Binksy?
boy Banksy showing up at the end, man.
Yo,
Now
I've
we
been
just
seeing
need
Binksy
Caleb to play Expedition.
playing Speedstorm lately. I'm like, okay, Binksy coming back to the fold?
But yeah, man. It's always nice to see the homie Banksy around.
Final Fantasy 3 USA? I don't even think I played. Actually, no, I did. Because didn't they release a Final Fantasy 3 and 4 combo for the DS that was the USA version, if I'm not mistaken? Because I remember getting that one for like either a DS or a 3DS. I want to say it's the DS.
Yeah, man. A lot of people do love 6, but you see, this is what we were talking about. Sammy, there's so many Final Fantasies. Usually it's the kind of the older ones that people love a lot.
The only one I played was Dissidia.
So much
back on the PSP.
Yeah, so you played like a side Final Fantasy game. You played a spin-off.
Yeah, you got to play 10. You got to play 10, then play 7, but 10. I could be biased just because 10 was, you know, my introduction, but I feel like the story, if you fuck with the storyline of Expedition 33, you're going to fuck with the storyline of Final Fantasy X. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, man, it's beastly, man. It's beastly. But yeah, man, I mean, that's my final, you know.
I mean, 10 got 2 versions, though.
Yeah, but to be honest, 10, the original 10 is kind of the one you really want to play. 10-2 is good, but it doesn't hold a candle to the original 10.
I mean, I enjoyed 10-2, but 10-2 gave the Final Fantasy X series more of a J-pop feel.
Yep.
But I still enjoyed it because it basically continued the story from, you know, Final Fantasy X. There was like the aftermath of Final Fantasy X.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, Crusher, you're right. Crusher said there's so many amazing Final Fantasy games. That many different ones are some people's all-time #1 game, which goes to show how insane the series is.
That's 100% facts, Crusher. Like, if you were to ask a whole bunch of Final Fantasy fans from a Final Fantasy group what their favorite Final Fantasy game was, I guarantee you will hear so many different numbers and answers.
Yep, pretty much. And see, Banksy saying, why doesn't 9 get? Which is
Yeah.
crazy because I actually hear a lot of people say they love
me
9
too.
too.
I don't think I got a chance to play 9. Everybody keeps telling me you'll love 9, play 9, play 9. It's like, damn.
Yeah, and I have to play 9 as well, which is crazy because I actually own like all the mainline Final Fantasy games.
They need
but
to
I
drop
haven't
some
played all of
movies,
them.
some proper movies for those games.
No, what they need to do is drop a fucking anime for every single number Final Fantasy game. Just give me an anime. I want to see that Sin fight and Yunalesca fight from 10 in anime form. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Man, that would be heat, man. That would be extra heat. But I mean, I guess the only other person left, man, say the final words is you, Mr. Angel.
Oh shit, man. You know, I forgot what the fuck I was gonna say. I smoke a bowl and I forgot. My mind went blank. But I want to say is thank you everyone that came through the stream today. You talked about a lot of things today. You know, GG's to the S tiers again, and you know, Shy surprising everybody with that diss track, man. That shit. Ugh. The one with the Poppy verse fucked me a little bit, Shy. I'm not gonna lie to you. That Poppy verse, man, I was like, damn, that was like an arrow to the heart type shit, you know. That's okay. We still love you though. We still love you. That song was fire. Actually, I was actually kind of bopping with it, even though it was dissing me at the same time. I'm like, damn, I can't be mad because I'm fucking with it at the same time. Talked about all the leaks. I mean, I'm excited for the leaks, but I'm also excited for, you know, hopefully, you know, Epic doing the takeover on Speedstorm. I'm gonna keep talking about it until we know exactly what the fuck this Fortnite Speedstorm collab is gonna be, because I'm gonna keep asking my questions.
Angel, did you hear? Sorry to cut in. Microsoft and Valve are actually in conversations, like for like a joint what do you call it? A joint store.
I can see that happening. I mean, that'd be crazy, you know. That would kind of go hand in hand with the leak of the Xbox console slogan that's going to be PC and console form. So, I mean, that would technically go along with, you know, their vision of the new console that they're doing. So, that's interesting. Maybe we'll get a Left 4 Dead 3 finally, if that's the case. Well, who said that? What?
Damn. After all these years?
I would. Oh my god, yo!
Hey, Nano, the one thing you gotta do is play Left 4 Dead, bro.
Yeah,
I know you said you played Back 4 Blood, but it ain't the same.
No, I know. I watched the whole playthroughs of both the Left 4 Dead games. I just didn't have an Xbox.
It's different from watching it and actually playing it.
Yeah, I mean, the second
that's true.
It's available on PlayStation, I'll definitely play it.
Yo, if they do a Left 4 Dead 3, I can see that happening.
Yo,
wait, what was the reason why they didn't do a third game? I know Steam Valve doesn't do like trilogies.
They don't. That's been the whole talk of everything, is they always stop at 2. They never do a 3. So I mean, maybe they'll break that cycle, because you know fans been craving for a Left 4 Dead 3, and none of that bad blood bullshit or whatever the game was that was supposed to be like a Left 4 Dead game. That was not Left 4 Dead at all. It has similarities, but it didn't have the same magic. Or Bad for Blood, that's what it was called.
Yeah, Back 4 Blood I heard was made by like the leftovers of the studio that made Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, but it's just they didn't capture that same magic.
Nah. But I heard the best zombie shooter to date right now out of all of them that's out, I think it's World War Z.
I don't even think I played World War Z.
Possibly. I know Nano's been playing that recently as well.
World War Z?
Nah, Pro played World War Z. I'm playing Back 4 Blood right now.
Yeah, we need better not vampire shooters, but we should probably get a vampire game. I haven't seen that genre in a minute, like since the mid 2000s.
Battle Royale.
Yeah, but it didn't do so high. I heard the player base is kind of dead, like Speedstorm right now.
I mean, yeah, but I mean they did try it though. They tried a vampire type of game. I mean, It just
Yeah,
didn't
but
work
like
out.
a vampire game like Left 4 Dead, that would be crazy.
I don't know. Maybe that genre is just not. Didn't get the right developer yet.
Yeah, hopefully we get some more Creatures of the Night games because I very much enjoy them. I remember Blade back in the day, playing that on the original Xbox. That shit was fire.
I mean,
Even the old Matrix games too.
now other than all that, I mean, the main thing that I gotta say, I remember what the hell I wanted to say. This is something that I think I want to say personally is I've heard a lot of people stop watching the podcast because we're toxic or we're just full of drama, or people just don't like the vibe that we've been doing lately. And I just want to say, if I have said anything that upset anybody or hurt anybody's feelings, if I did, I apologize. And if I did say something and you guys want to say something about it or call me out, my DMs are always open, because at the end of the day, I'm not here to hurt people's feelings. I might talk shit, and everybody knows me talking shit is just like fun and banter. It's not like I wish the worst on people or anything like that. So at the end of the day, if I hurt anybody's feelings, I do apologize on that, and I hope that you don't take anything that I say serious. And if you did, I apologize. That's the main thing that I wanted to say and speak on my behalf, because I don't want people to really have a bad image on the podcast, because we talk spicy drama, because I mean that's technically what started the podcast. Like that Nano list was like peak right there. Everybody was like, yo, we love it, we hate it. Nano, why you do that? You fucked everybody up in the community. Everybody's all fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he didn't have no ill intentions on that. And that's basically what I want make sure everybody knows is we don't ever have ill intentions on anything that we do. And I just want people to understand that. And we don't just thrive on the drama. We give people a platform and a voice, their experience, and voice their concerns and whatnot. And we also give the people the chance to also defend themselves at the same time. So we just want to give that platform for people to feel safe and be able to talk about stuff like that. But that's what I wanted to say for that part. Other than that, we had a great podcast. Great songs by Caleb, catchy as shit. That's just still stuck in my head, not gonna lie. I'm excited for the World Cup. I'm excited for things to come. You still have those motherfuckers on your background, don't you? I heard that shit. Oh man. Yeah, I'm excited for the World Cup. I'm excited to see the changes, how many teams are going to be in there. I'm excited for these World Cup like news panels, or like play by play, or whatever the show's going to be about. I'm excited for that. I'm excited to work on the song for the World Cup while KH is going to be working on the intro for it. That's going to be exciting. Mario Kart is coming in a couple weeks. I might get the front page for that day, so I'll be on the front page hopefully. And once I get a confirmation, I'll be on the front page June 5th at 11 p.m. at night on June 5th until like 7 in the morning. So I'm literally going to be pulling an all-nighter with Mario Kart, if that's the case. And other than that, I'm excited for what's to come on Speedstorm. I'm excited to see what other games are coming out. Expedition 33 is a masterpiece of a game, by the way. Game of the year, like Daniel said. I really hope so. And I really hope you game developers make more turn-based games, because they're fire. That's all I'm saying. And if you are not, playing Expedition 33 and you want to give it a try, I recommend you giving it a try, because everybody that I have seen play that game has literally told me they can't stop playing it. So definitely recommend playing it. And until next week, guys, y'all have a great one. If you like the content, like, subscribe on Twitch and or YouTube. You know, YouTube will have our VODs. Twitch, we go live at the same time as YouTube. And, you know, if you guys want to be a guest or anything, just reach one of us and we'll definitely get you in on the next podcast. Y'all have a great rest of your Wednesday, and I'll see you guys on next week, y'all. Welcome to the Crashout.
That'll be easy.
It's the Crashout podcast. Buckle up, let's go. One Wing Angel, Nano, Sammy, Caleb in the flow. We're talking top 100 drama and the heat. From Disney Speedstorm to the latest game and beat. Crashout, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. Speedstorm's the heart, but we'll branch out wide. Video games, hot takes, and the culture collide. Got a list for your mind and debates that ignite. Tune in, strap in, it's a wild ride tonight. Rev it up, level up, it's time to engage. The Crashout crew's got the voice for the stage. From competitive tips to the latest trends, we're crashing out big, this ride never ends. Crash out, spin out, bring the heat and the vibe. Controversy, competition, the reason we thrive. From the track to the trends, we're taking it all. With special guests in the mix, we're having a ball. So hit that play button, we're revved and set. The Crashout podcast, the best one yet.